What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Rest in peace, the Dark Chameleon. Peace to the Listen, check it, yo. It was a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb my soul was carried. Then my mother gave birth to a warrior visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. Every once in a while, I give sight to someone blind, floating on the globe in the heliocentric lie. Dilate your pupils the more you open your eyes. The truth is hidden in plain sight like a disguise. Until my mother's death is revenge, I won't feel satisfied. It haunts me when I think about the phone call when she died. A river worth of tears shed from my eyes. So I looked up at the sky and I asked God why. It's been 21 years, I'm still waiting for a reply. Since birth I've been at war to attack our undeveloped minds. Indoctrination camps making us dumb, deaf and blind. I'm always thinking solutions, we are running out of time. The dirty witchcraft is weak, I see through all the lies. I clearly analyze all the symbols and the signs. When I connect dots, the truth starts to align. The people are the power, you can never eclipse my shine. I say the truth hurts, but the truth will set you free. They say hell burns and there's a one-way ticket for me. You create your heaven or hell whether or not you believe. I'm God and Satan, I have to balance out my chi. When deity sees I plant will bloom so you can be all you can be. Never give up and always hold your head high, cause you are God, there's no need to look to the sky.
There's a devil and an angel in my head.
The school system costs children, kids, that's baby sheep. You better wake the fuck up or forever sleep. You don't need bars to be in prison, just think. They take cash out of your hand for a digital chip. So if you don't do as you're told, your money will go poof, like it didn't exist. We are almost the Walking Dead without the body bag zipped. This is community revolution in progress, but I'm no crip. As much energy is used to tear down and divide, you can use that energy to uplift and show there's no limit when you reach for the sky. Spells, spells, spells that I am casting. Words I speak are a gift of wisdom unwrapping. A work of art, I am a master craftsman. Painting pictures with the stroke of a pen, spilling ink on paper.
There's a devil and an angel in my head. When I was fighting the war, the devil was huge and the angel was tiny. When I started to repent, the angel grew and the devil became very small. Small, but he's a stubborn bastard.
With thoughts from within, some say it's the end, something new will begin. Look into the gates of the soul, I am him, I am God. Decisions, decisions, I create and destroy, broke out this mental prison. Solve a problem and have 10 more like pharma's prescriptions. Life is too short, there's a headstone with your name inscripted. I turn my back to religion, to the seat on the throne. I am the light that torch enemies to skull and bones. I communicate with the other side, open portals, no cell phones. You are the power, why second guess, never think twice. I went from was to was, now I'm Charles Wise. So high, high as a zeppelin, dazed and confused. I'm God incarnated, no El Hakim or Druze.
There's a devil and an angel in my head. When I was fighting the war, the devil was huge and the angel was tiny. When I started to repent, the angel grew and the devil became very small. Small, but he's a stubborn bastard. He gives me bad advice, but my little angel says to me, no, don't listen to that bastard. Anything can happen, like someone upsetting me, for example, and I think about crushing that son of a bitch. The devil says to me, do it. But my little angel says, remember, you're out on bail, there are cameras. Freedom is wonderful, so be careful. I struggle because
What is good, everybody? Not everybody, it's everybody. So what y'all know about Krampus? Sounds like a fucking muscle disease. Krampus. I never knew that Saint Nick was Krampus, truthfully. I just learned that like 8 years ago. Saint Nick was a prick. Krampus is a horned anthropomorphic. What the fuck is that, man? Let's see. Anthropomorphic is the attribution of human traits, emotions, and intentions to non-human entities. Huh. It is considered to be an innate tendency of humans psychologically. Okay. The personification is the related attribution of human form and characteristics to abstract concepts such as nations, emotions, and natural forces such as seasons and weather. Both have ancient roots as storytelling and artistic devices, and most cultures have traditional fables with anthropomorphic animals as characters. Interesting. So, Krampus is a horned anthropomorphic figure in the Central and Eastern Alpine folklore of Europe, who during the Advent season scares children who have misbehaved. So that's kind of like, what's that dude's name for Christmas that ruins Christmas all the time? Scrooge or the other guy. Assisting St. Nicholas or Satan Claus, the pair visit children on the night of December 6th. What do you know? December 6th, 6-6, which St. Nicholas, or is it 6 Nicholas, rewarding the well-behaved children with gifts such as oranges, dried fruit, walnuts, and chocolate, while the badly behaved ones receive punishment from Krampus with birch rods. Damn! Krampus Day itself, on the other hand, is on December 5th. And it's got his tongue sticking out. And it reminds me of the tongues that stick out with a lot of these lions or even what's her name with the pitchfork? She has her tongue sticking out. And that's another thing I want to get into, the tongue sticking out and these pitchforks. Satan does it. The India deity there does it. Forgot her name, man. There's so many deities with a pitchfork or a trident. So many. And I think they're really all the same energy, just a different name. It could be the same spirit they're conjuring up. The origin of the figure is unclear. Some folklorists and anthropologists have postulated it as having pre-Christian origins in traditional parades and in such events as the Krampus-Lauf. Instead of Santa Claus, it's the Krampus-Slauf. No, instead of Santa Claus, it's the Krampus-Lauf. Yeah. The etymology. Krampus is thought to come from either Bavarian Krampen, meaning dead, rotten, or from the German Kramp or Krampen, meaning claw. Oh. The feast of Saint Nicholas is celebrated in parts. So let's look up Saint Nick, man, because I could have sworn he did some effed up shit as usual, just as all these deities they worship do. Man, this picture is ugly, man, and it's always children they're after. That's what really. Saint Nick and Krampito. Man, I got this old picture. It shows them go. They really used to go around with this Krampus figure, and they still do to this day. I would have punched that dude in his mouth and then took his fucking horns. Okay, let's see. Saint Nicholas. Let me see the chat real quick. Oh, what's up, Marcel? It's the only one here, I guess. Do. Sunshine time. Haha, the Dutch Sinterklaas. Okay, I'll look that up in a minute. I'm looking at Saint Nick real quick. Saint Nick the Prick. Saint Nicholas of Myra. Traditionally the 15th of March from the year 270 to the year 343. Damn, so it says traditionally the 15th of March to the 6th of December, also known as Nicholas of Bari, was an early Christian bishop of Greek descent from the maritime city of Myra in Asia Minor, Greek, modern-day Dumre, Turkey. During the time of the Roman Empire, because of many miracles attributed to his intercession, he is also known as Nicholas the Wonder Worker. Saint Nicholas is the patron saint of sailors, merchants, archers, repentant thieves, children, brewers, pawnbrokers, unmarried people, and students in various cities and countries around Europe. His reputation evolved. See, I have a problem with these saints, right? They always put a saint for something, like these figures to forgive you. Before anyone forgives themselves, they look to this fucking book character to forgive them. Blows my mind, man. Most people haven't even forgiven themselves, and yet, Saint Nick, can you forgive me? Unmarried people. Huh. And it says what? Small time thieves? Repentant thieves. Yeah. And the legendary habit of secret gift giving gave rise to the traditional motto of Satan Claus, Saint Nick. Through it's talking about Sinterklaas now that you mention that. Sinterklaas. or Saint Nicholas is a legendary figure based on Saint Nicholas, patron saint of children. Other Dutch names for the figure include De Sint the Saint, De Gode Sint, the good saint, and De God Heligum. I don't know. The good holy man, that's what that means. If y'all could say this word, let me know. It means the good holy man. Many descendants and cognates of Sinterklaas or Saint Nicholas in other languages are also used in the Low Countries, nearby regions, and former Dutch colonies. The feast of Sinterklaas celebrates the name day of Saint Nicholas on the 6th of December. The feast is celebrated annually with the giving of gifts on St. Nicholas Eve, the 5th of December. So my question is, how did it end up on the 25th and 24? Zwarte Piet. Two Dutch women in costumes. Zwarte Piet, which means Black Pete. A helper dressed in Moorish attire. Oh boy. It was two white ladies who painted their face black. Oh shit. How dare them. You know, just to be a prick. You know, these two women that are paying homage to these darker darker deities, they're gonna say, "Why don't you paint your face black? That's racist." Then, if they didn't paint their face and left it white, people would say, "You're trying to whitewash them." Oh shit! I'm just joking. I'm joking, man. Let's see. Satan, also known as the Death Devil, and sometimes also called Lucifer, is an entity in Abrahamic religion. So that was created by that's interesting, Marcel. If anyone has anything they want to say on any of these deities, you know, any deities with tridents or pitchforks, any deities you think align with Saint Nick, Krampus, Santa, Satan, and on and on. I think even Odin is sort of aligned with. I could have sworn I read something where Satan gave his right eye for in the Bible for knowledge, and it makes me think differently of these people who show one eye. I personally think it's a ritual they're doing. When they show their one eye, I think they're ready to, you know. And who's to say they don't really pop your eye out and then pop it back in? Because I heard you could pop an eyeball out and then put it back and it don't do damage. Unless you get it caught on something and yank it out. Imagine that. Be what it is. Peace. Boy, what's up? Alright, so it's an entity in the Abrahamic religion that seduces humans into sin or falsehood. So what would sin be? Is it Hebrew shin? Does it mean lack of fucking knowledge? Peace, Jack streaming. What's up, Marcel?
Yo. Yeah, I thought I come in just to explain that. Yet Sinterklaas here is probably the Christmas. It's the same probably, and we celebrate both. And yeah, I think that the origins lie in the occult. You mentioned demons; it's probably something like that. And Santa was probably Satan, a demon that stole children in the past, something like that. North Pole, something like that. So the origins are occult, that's for sure. Yeah. And we don't celebrate it as such, but the origins in the past absolutely lay in the occult.
Let's see. I'm trying to find all these deities that hold a pitchfork or a trident. Some even hold a bident, which is a double. And every time I say bident, it reminds me of Biden. Yeah, because him, what equals a bident? Him and fucking Obama, too. That run the country. It's like a Biden. But why? Like they compare. It says a Biden. Weapons compared to Hades and Pluto, who are the rulers of the underworld. Even Pluto. Shit. The more books I read, the more I'm starting to understand these deities. And can it be a waste of time? Probably for other people, but I don't know.
There's wisdom in everything, man, even if you don't use it,
See, I'm starting to think, like I talked about ancient technology in past live streams. The pitchfork, it says the Hellenistic deity Hades wields a bident, a two-pronged weapon similar in form to a pitchfork, but actually related to a trident in design and purpose. I'm starting to think these things shot like energy out of them. It reminds me of like the two prongs you plug into the wall. You ever look at the prongs, the plugs in the wall? They look like a face with the two eyes and the mouth.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Never thought of it that way, but yeah. Makes sense.
Like this chick, Trishula, that's her name, or Trishula. Let me download her picture. She holds a trident. She is a it says the Trishula is okay, so they're saying the Trishula is a trident in Sanskrit, a divine symbol commonly used as one of the principal symbols in Hinduism. It is most commonly associated with the deity Shiva and widely employed in his iconography. So yeah, this was Shiva holding a Trishula. A Trishula. Huh. The symbolism. The Trishula has a number of interpretations in Hindu belief. The 3 points of the weapon have various meanings and significance, have many stories behind them. They are commonly said to represent various trinities: creation, preservation, and destruction, past, present, and future, body, mind, and Atman. It says Dharma, law and order, bliss, mutual enjoyment, and emanation / created bodies, compassion, joy, and love, spiritual, psychic, and relative, blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on with a million of these things.
Yeah, but it shows that it has a much deeper meaning than only just evil, It's it probably is everything. Can be anything and everything, You know, the beginning and the
I
end,
agree.
the middle.
You know, when they say evil, it makes me want to look into it more, because what I've, you know, through my years and years and years of research, every time they say something's evil and I look into it, like I even want to look into the Satanic Bible. I guarantee you it don't talk about murdering people. No,
Well, yeah,
I'm
I
not.
mean, it's a fact that they don't teach us a lot of things, and that's because they don't want us to know certain things, and they scare us off to research certain things because they know if everybody knows this, we have no power anymore, and that's that's probably the case. You know, yeah, learning and wisdom is. The lack of knowledge is the root of all evil, and the less people know, the more they can manipulate us. I think that's the bigger picture. You know, knowledge is power.
So how does everybody like that new freestyle? Well, it's really not new. It's the same verse that I used in that song with Sir Drop, but he had to cut it into two, I guess. So I just put it out so you could hear it the way it's supposed to be heard.
Yeah, I really like the songs. Yeah.
I took a screenshot. I went to check the video this morning. It said I had 1.2 thousand thumbs up. I listened to the song, I leave, exit out of everything, go back, and then it says I got 20 thumbs up. Yesterday I said I had 22 thumbs up. Like, it's to the point where I just like, whatever.
Yeah, that's insane.
Like even Poseidon has a Trident. I'm trying to find all these. Like Poseidon is the parents. His parents are Cronus and Rhea. Siblings. So siblings is his children, right? Which is Hades, Demeter or Demeter, Hestia, Hera, Zeus, and Chiron is his half. But anyway.
Yeah.
Oh no.
What I find really odd is they picture Prometheus always as a demon or something evil, but if you look closer into it, he was the one that brought us light, or you can translate light to knowledge. No, so there was somebody in the past that didn't agree that we got knowledge in the first place. Yeah, they rather kept us in the dark, basically. At least that's my opinion on that. You know.
Damn. Trying to look up Triton, but unfortunately they have no pictures. That's his children. I thought siblings was his children. He had a son named Theseus, Triton, Rhodos. I don't know. There's a bunch of them. Atlas, Pegasus. What? How the hell did he give birth to a Pegasus? It's a winged horse. I knew that, but yeah.
I think you should take everything big with a big grain of salt. You know, you shouldn't translate it in the way it, you know, the creatures and all that. It has a more like underlying aspect to it, I think.
Peace, faceplant. Yeah, I just read what Wikipedia has, but I don't take it for like 100%. You know,
Now, what I do really like the old sagas and mythological stories and all that. I really dig that shit.
Me too. I think a lot of it is real. You know, I think a lot of stuff they tell us is bullshit. Is
There's
real.
always a core of truth in everything, you know. Those stories have been preserved for a reason, you know, because it was important. You know?
I think these giants are still alive. Like I really think they're in these outer lands. Just my opinion. My gut tells me.
Yeah, these days I translate the giants of those days as the big corporations of these days because they act like the tyrants that they are, you know.
Well, so his siblings was. I'm trying to figure out. There's something more to this trident than what they're saying, and I think just like the Vahara, it's a weapon that creates electromagnetic energy. Um, just like the Thor, the hammer of Thor, the trident, the bident, the Vahara, um, because either that or these people were using certain lenses of glass to direct the energy from the sun and melting these fucking cities somehow. Because I also don't think flying crafts is anything new either. I kind of look at this like something happened where there's a war or something and there's a reset in this place. Not only was it mined to oblivion where they cut all the trees down and, you know, people have to really think, where the fuck did all them trees go, right? All that wood, them trees were huge.
Yeah.
They're not laying on the ground. So where did all that wood go? I think to the outer lands where they built. They needed it for something.
Same thing we use it for, building, burning.
Or underground. They could have used it to
Yeah.
build underground too.
Yeah, and how do you the quickest way to basically destroy soil on a plane, let's call it plane, is to get rid of all the trees and
Plants.
the bushes so the ground or the soil dries out and you get a devastating effect,
Yep.
you know.
The plants actually play a huge part in
Exactly.
cleaning the dirt. Do you know? I mean, look at, say they put like pesticides somewhere. Plants don't die for the most part. They'll fucking filter that shit out. Like plants are amazing.
Yeah, and the died off leaves and branches, they basically form a protection layer for the soil underneath it. So it's even if it's done growing and it's dying off, it still has a purpose, and that's beautiful, you know.
Yeah, if you ever want to share your screen, you know who. I won't have my screen until Friday.
Sure.
And I'm gonna spend a lot of time looking up for ways to crack this fucking hotspot, man. This is bullshit. Most of the time, I don't even want to do a fucking live stream if I don't have my screen to share what I'm talking about. This sucks. I'm so used to it.
I can share my screen. Found an interesting
Hey, Salama. Hey, Salama, would you like to take that song and make a video out of it? Because you know, the same song where I like that video you made with the song that me and Drop did, and I figure since I'm telling a short story with that verse I dropped, you would make a nice. I put pictures with it, but
I was thinking of you when I was doing. I was like, man, Salama would make a nice video. You could put it up on your channel. I don't care. I just would like to see what you would come up with. The newest verse I dropped, the newest song I put on my I'll send it to you on I'll send it right now on
You share my screen. Anyway, apparently they're calling Trump a vampire now for some reason. It says here, brace yourself for what's coming in 2024. Victor Davis Hanson warns the left knows they're cooked if vampire Trump wins. So, why?
You probably think the same thing I think, because it doesn't matter who you vote for. It's all been pre-selected.
Oh, sure, but I'm just find it interesting because of the vampire thing.
Yeah.
You were just talking about like myths and like the hidden, like the underlying truth in them, about vampires. Probably not exactly like the way we think it is, but probably some truth to it.
Yeah, and to me, the vampires basically are the big corporations, the banks, and all those entities. Those are the real problems we face today. And who knows what's behind that? But those are the things we can see and understand. But it's all the same. They all playing for the wrong for the same team. Their job is to keep us in the dark.
Literally, literally to keep you in the dark.
Yeah.
They don't want you to know that there is a world of light.
I sent it, so I'm and you think you could look up Krampus and show them what Krampus looks like?
Okay, now we're terrorists apparently. Israel
Of course we
accuses
are.
Spain, Belgium of terrorism support after PMs criticize Gaza destruction. Okay.
Yeah, they're full on dividing or trying to divide the people.
Well, we're only anti-Semites, so it's not our fault. It's just a law of nature.
What do you think about these deities who hold these tridents or Bidens or Vaharas
probably a weapon.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Something powerful at least. Not sure. Haven't really looked into it, to be honest.
What do you mean send it on Messenger? So I don't think I have your phone number.
I saw the results of the election in Holland. This guy.
Yeah, it's the same thing. The signal of the people is justified, but he's not gonna change anything. He's just gonna put some more fire on the.
Well, He's anti-Muslims, but he's pro-Israel.
Huh,
That makes no sense whatsoever.
as
You
usual, right?
can be these two things are totally
Yeah, like
opposite
I
of each
said, it
other.
doesn't matter who you vote for. They all have an agenda, and they don't tell us the agenda. We are just the chess pieces that they risk for their own power. You know, yeah.
This is some low-level royalty guy that they put in power, the way they always do. They have really no say in it. You know, they either get elected or they don't. Well, selected, I guess. And then they just pretend like they're surprised. You know, it doesn't matter what the result is.
Yeah, and
Just
years,
act surprised.
yeah, and years back, I read an article in a newspaper back then, years ago, and they were basically saying, could never confirm if it's true, but that he was basically a Mossad uh, agent or something like that, and it's probably true. I cannot say it with certainty, but you know, everybody who is in an election, they are all pre-selected. They all serve the agenda. No political party is gonna save us from whatever is coming. We have to change and not give away our uh, powers away to somebody we basically don't know in a political party.
Trying to find you on here, so I'm a. Let's see, friends. Oh damn, Marcel sent me a fucking. Becky. See, I don't. Jack's dreaming. Jax, you still in here? Did you send me a Candy? I think that's Candy. I hope that's her. There'd be a lot of Kyle looking like a marshmallow man. Nah, Kyle's my boy. I don't trust Facebook because there's so many people that be fraudulent on here. Ah, boy. Damn, I didn't know this many people sent me fucking. Like, who? I'm confused here. A woman sent me a picture, a thing, right? But it's got a man's name. Oh, okay.
Probably a scammer or something, no?
Like, I have to literally go to each channel and make sure these people aren't some people will make an entire channel, you know, just to hack your shit, man. Like,
Yeah, sure. No doubt.
I don't understand how people do that. That's a lot of work. They must be desperate, you know. Like when they say
they're either getting paid for it or they're, you know, I don't know how to call it. They're just so focused on getting revenge or exposing somebody that they think are. It's
yeah,
like globe earthers, you know, the length they go to make fun of flat earthers while they're, you know, while they are the retards, really. It's so funny.
like I don't know. I'd be
And
very wary.
they call themselves professor and stuff like that. It's so hilarious to be honest. I'm a professor in nonsense.
Well, there are a lot that look like Madman.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
The mad scientist.
Damn, I don't want to download this messenger shit. Oh, there's Monique.
Interesting that the Ukraine flag has a trident, doesn't it?
Mm. Good point.
Oh,
You just
says I
found-
sent it.
Yeah,
Are
and
we-
I don't believe in coincidence.
Well, we looked into this this Trident Polaris collection in Gematria a couple of weeks ago.
And the colors probably means something as well. Yeah, one, two, white, green, and
Wait a minute. Let me send you the actual video, so I didn't think of that. I sent you the one from my YouTube channel. Oh, you're able to download it?
I don't remember the fourth one. There was a fourth one that I discovered. Should have taken a screenshot. Does anybody in the chat remember? Oh, it was Jupiter.
Jupiter has a trident, right?
Not Zeus has one. I'm not sure about Jupiter. No, I was just talking about those, like these four things, like Trident, Polaris, Jupiter, and Thunder. Not sure what the Thunder. We are Thunder and Lightning, I guess. Zeus is known for thunder and lightning. So, and Jupiter is Zeus, I think. Yeah, isn't he?
Yeah.
See how these numbers are like all like this is more than coincidence.
Poseidon.
I'm not sure if Poseidon has the same numbers. I don't think so.
Peace to Anna K, Michigander, and Forever Love 774 and Jack Streaming. I just seen Jack Streaming. You sent me a Facebook thing.
Also found out one more thing. Apparently, like the Kaaba in Mecca, when they go on the Hajj, they have to circle it. And guess how many times?
42.
No.
3.
23. 6.
Somebody in the chat. They're already talking about it. 7 cups of coffee, 7 doobies, and circle how many times?
7. What's up, Drop? Did you ever get that link to cause I'm gonna try to get you, Drop, and Frenchie Kush. Or we could do separate tracks too, which would be bad. I don't know, but I'm shopping for a good beat. YouTube got so many beats that these beat makers make that I spent 2 hours the other day and I downloaded like 2 beats, and then I'm like, I don't even like these beats too much. I'm very picky. Santa Claus comes down your chimney and your children get attacked. He's a freakazoid. He wants them to sit on his lap. Like, what the fuck? An Amigos type beat.
I think maybe like, you know, sometimes these gods were replaced by other, you know, I'm saying gods here, but I mean lords or whatever. You know, in the story of Enki and Enlil, eventually Enki gets replaced by his brother Enlil, who is the god of the sky. You see here that Zeus is called the god of the sky. You know, Enki was called the god of the earth, and his brother, he was like in command of supposedly like the spaceport or whatever, which was
How
just
many different gods of the sky are there?
well. Let's see about so who came before Zeus is like the Greek version, right?
Yeah, what's the Roman? Jupiter?
Jupiter. Let's see.
Yeah, it's Roman. So then I wonder what like the German version would be, or the African version. It's very hard to find like African deities.
It's also referred to as the god of the sky. Well, it makes sense because after the flood, it was basically Enlil who was in charge. And basically, Enki was basically portrayed from then on as being the devil, basically. You know, that's just, you know, the victor writes all the stories. You know, he makes himself look like God and his enemies look like the devil.
Yeah.
And see, when these people say they're God, these deities, they mean God and ruling over people. When I say I'm God, I'm just a ruler and controller of my own life. I'm the God of me. I don't need to control people. It's hard enough to control myself, let alone other people. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, we all know that in warfare, deception is one of the rules. You know.
What's the other one? Horus and Osiris, I guess. Yeah, Osiris. Did they call him? Let's look at Osiris. I think it's Osiris, to be honest. Yeah, see the green one. Yeah, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Lord of the Dead and of Rebirth. So you see that Lord of the Dead, you know, that this is like an earth god.
Yeah, you
This
see
is
the color
this
of
is
the sticks. The color of the
from
sticks.
before the flood, you know. Fertility, agriculture, afterlife. See, all of this is but then, you know, the father Anu, he decided that Enki's time was over. The sun god Ra, which is probably Anu. Not sure. Okay. Jupiter really is holding a staff, but I don't see if it's. I don't think it's a trident. It's just a staff.
Yeah, you see the orb in his hand and the eagle next to it, next to him.
Yeah. That's because he's the god of the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's also associated with a bull, but there's another god called Marduk who's also called the Bull of Heaven. I think he's like the one who basically defies Enlil. Basically, he's like, oh, it's my time to rule now. Like he feels cheated because he's like the firstborn son of Enki, so he's supposed to be like the ruler of the earth after Enki.
Mm.
So he feels cheated, so he tries to take over, and then just all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, isn't that the same in every war? One
Yeah,
party,
it's like
one party wants to be the ruler over the other.
it's basically like children of Enlil. They became like they also were setting up like kingdoms and empires on the earth, but there was already like established
Mm.
empires, that didn't wanna.
Yeah.
It's like basically, oh, they had to like worship in different god and stuff like that. It was all about perception, really. So people really don't like to be told what to do, even back then.
Cat got me
And
trapped.
rightfully so.
Uh-oh, there's another one.
So this is also very familiar, like this crown, this laurel crown.
Come on, go later.
Doesn't Julius Caesar have an eagle as well on his
Yeah.
standard? I think so.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. This is
Sword.
probably him somewhere here. Let's see. Oh, the Praetorian Guard.
Yeah, it has an eagle.
See, Thunderbolt. Let me see in Gematria what Thunderbolt is. And then let me save this. So,
It sounds like plasma energy weapon.
well, a trident. Let's say a trident or a staff that's capable of like producing thunder. Probably by lightning. That's what he's known for. Say lightning, thunder, law and order. Right. Yeah.
Zeus.
And even back then, like in Greek mythology, these gods had the ability to shapeshift. So this is just how they wanted us to perceive them. They can literally be
Actors,
anything,
basically.
anything you want, anything they want.
Like the same fake people with masks on these
Yeah,
days.
but that explains how he's like the father of all these beings that even don't even look like him. Like Charles was saying, like how did he give birth? Like how did he, you know, make a horse? It's just a being that can look like anything.
Maybe these people were modifying genetics, or like I look at some of these fishes and animals on some of these channels,
In
like a
Australia.
snake. How does a snake have sex and create more? Right? That blows my mind. Two, trying to think of these. I seen one of them fish that blow up and they have spikes all around them.
Pufferfish or
Fucking
something.
thing got teeth like a human, right? It's crazy. Its face to me looks human. These blowfish or whatever they're called, they blow up in the water like twice their size. One dude jigged a knife in its stomach and cut it open. It was like an airbag in there.
Yeah, it's a different realm underneath the water. in the seas. It's like basically you're going into another dimension, basically. Because it's a different world in the water.
Yeah. And the fish will eat you. Why wouldn't they? We fish all day long, killing their ancestors and all their fish. You don't think they want get backs? They see one of us floating in the water, they're like, huh, you fucked up today, buddy. Big shark will swallow your leg like a Scooby snack. It would be awesome to like see George Bush go overboard, and then a big fucking, what are them whales called? Them not sperm whales. There's the other ones that are huge, and they eat sharks and everything. They're called
Orcas.
Huh?
Killer whales.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. And it would be awesome to see like George Bush like, help me, even though it'd be too easy to kill him. I'd rather him suffer in the cell with absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. No clothes, nothing. Just in the cell. Swallow him up whole, like what happened to, what's that guy's name?
Apparently, Zeus had 7 wives.
Huh?
Mm-mm.
Who's the guy that got swallowed by a fish, man?
Totally.
His name was Judah.
No. What's his name? Jonah.
Huh?
Jonah and the whale. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, couldn't hear you. Jonah. That was his name.
Yeah, Jonah and the whale. Yeah. But that's a symbolic tale about 3 days of darkness.
Who is Janus? I forgot that
That's
deity,
a
Janus.
dualistic god. I think it's like January or something. Yeah,
Janus is like the triple-faced or two-faced.
No, two-faced god. Yeah.
Yeah, what that reminds me of this gang called the Solitos. They use in like acting, they have those two faces, one smiling, one frowning. That was their gang sign, and that kind of reminds me of Janus. See, what people don't know is a lot of these gangs worship deities and evil spirits and all that. They think that they're going to look over them and protect them. Yeah, they might for a little while until they find someone better than you, and then you're replaced. People keep fucking with them evil spirits if they want to. You're disposable. People forget that when you're in the flesh, for the most part, you're disposable. You will die at some point. I haven't eaten in 2 days straight. And
Why?
I'm trying to fast. Well,
if you
last
haven't
week in a
eaten for
month,
2 days, you are fasting. You're not trying.
I drink liquids and stuff, but I turned a bad situation into a good one. That's all. So I said, I'll just fast. And,
Well, there's nothing wrong
Jesus
with
could do it
that.
40 days. I'm going to try 5. But right now, I'm fucking starving. My stomach is really like gurgling.
I sent you $5, so maybe you can get something to eat on PayPal.
I don't even really check that. I checked it the other day.
I just sent it like an hour ago or something.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And one time someone sent me a donation. I didn't know it was there. So like fucking 2 weeks later. I don't have notifications of it.
I don't know. That maybe sent you a mail or something. I don't know. To be honest,
He usually would send. PayPal sends an email and let me know. CASHAPP sends an email, but it's to my old. think it's to my old email address, but it's still open.
What
I
I
might go
wonder,
live.
what
on
I
my
wonder
second
about the
channel
most is about these, you know, these titans even before like the earth gods. It's like where do these stories come from? You know, you can see here Titans, Hyperion, the pre-Olympian gods. Even
Yeah, but people, a lot of people, I have paintings that show giants. Tons of pictures I found where it'd be most of the people are our size, but here and there in this like battlefield, I've showed Marcel was there before. There's these tall giants in the midst of the battlefield, and they got to be at least 14 feet, 15 feet, 2 shacks.
Yeah, well,
it says here that there were 12 children of the primordial parents. I wonder if there was a time where there were like the Olympian gods. Were they 13 maybe? So then, let me look that up.
If there's 13 of them, man, that's fucking something else.
Oh, there's also 12. Okay. So it's still the same.
Negative 17 degrees there, faceplant. Shit. It's like 40-something degrees here.
Well, there used to be there are 13 months, and that used to be like how the months were counted. So it makes me think that there at some point maybe might have been 13 gods instead of 12, and that they then reverted back to the 12. Or maybe just 13, yeah, that's just a normal one, and they just, you know, they corrupt everything, you know, to make it twist everything to their liking.
And the people being bigger than if trees were like that big, you know, imagine how big the fruits would be on that tree. Yeah, so that would suggest that everybody would grow big, and that probably the atmosphere was completely different.
There's pictures of these giant fruits. They're not fossilized. What's the other word I'm looking for? Mud fossil or whatever. On islands, and the country that runs the island are not allowed to touch them. You can't remove them. They're sacred. And peace, mind's eye. I was watching what's his name? I can't even think right now.
Well, there is this.
I
just found something. Apparently, there is this entire discussion about are there 12 Olympian gods or are there 13? So some people claim that there's 13, and some claim that there's 12 because one of them is supposedly the same person. So
yeah, one for each datum, one for each month, I think. No.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
And there used to be 13 months, no?
Well, it's 13 months, yeah, because there's 13 cycles of the moon.
Yeah, I've heard
in a year. I think it's 28 or 29 days.
Yeah, and when they want to let us believe that there are 12, there are probably 13.
Yeah. Well, we know that there are
13. Yeah, I was like, man, if Jesus could do it for 40 days, I could do it for 5. You know, people say, like, there's that rapper, I forgot his name. He's like, I forgot how long he said he did it without eating any food or drinking water. When he said not drinking water, I don't know if I believe him too much. I'm not saying it's not a possibility, but what's that rapper's name? Damn, man, I can't even think good today. I don't know. It'll come to me. Peace, maggot. Yep. There will be Terminator robots in the city near you, man. Very soon. And they'll sound just like you know who. Like you're under arrest. Freeze.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
You're under arrest.
Move away from the chopper. No, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Hit the link,
here's something.
Mind's Eye, if you want.
I found something interesting here. I did a search of pagan religion and 13, and it says here that 13 was considered to be the last stage of life. The first 12 were in this life, here on Earth, and the 13th and final one symbolizes the afterlife. That makes a lot of sense why they changed that reading this. Again, not a bad thing, as most pagans see this as a natural part of life and not something that should be feared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
And you got, of course, Friday the 13th. So there is something definitely with that 13 number. And you know, when you think about it, like 13 was considered to be the last stage of life. So that it basically represents the afterlife. That's like the one thing they don't want you to know about, you know. They just want you to focus on this world and this world only. Yeah, maybe dream about worlds outside of this place, but, you know, they don't really exist. You know, not in the way you think they do, anyway.
Yeah, or the 2 minutes for midnight symbology, you know. It could be also be something like with knowledge-wise, you know, that what knowledge did you gain in this life, you know? Or are you going out with knowledge or out with pulp, you know? Learned nothing. Only did what you told to do, you know, never thought for yourself. Could be something like that as well, at least.
Here is something interesting as well. The Pagans Motorcycle Club must always, the top echelon of leadership must always number 13 members. Interesting.
Well, that says something, right? They probably experienced a lot of shit in their life and learned the good and the bad.
Oh, there are 13 pagan holidays. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Oh, just some nonsense here.
Peace and love, everybody.
What's up, Mind's Eye?
What up, though, man? Peace, Chuck.
Chillin'.
Who we all got up here? Void? Void?
No, Marcel's up here, and you know who's up here. You know who.
Already. Shout out to everybody, man. Peace, Marcel.
Who's ever fasted before? Let me know in the chat. I remember when I was younger, I used to go to bed. I used to go to sleep early just because we were poor and we didn't have food. And let me tell you, when I was younger and I didn't eat all the time because we were poor, I had so much energy when I would go to sleep hungry and wake up. I'd be like a brand new battery compared to when you eat and then you wake up and you're like, your whole engine's just sludged. I'm trying. My goal is 5 days, man. Let's see if I can do it. Probably, I'm not going to say probably not because I really want to do it, but that's my goal.
Hey, Chuck. Hey,
There's nothing wrong with
when you wake.
fasting a few days. Absolutely not.
I want to get rid of any parasites.
Hey Chuck,
Yeah.
you know, like when people fall asleep on say a full gut, you know, they like you said, you know, you don't wake up sluggish if you don't be full of that when you go to rest. You know, but like say where you do, a lot of us we wake up and run to that restroom.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like that's the only energy you have when you immediately get up is to run to the restroom.
Shit. That 13 is the M for the Mexican mafia. You get a 13 tattoo and you go to a Cali jail, you're fucked. They're gonna cut that shit off your arm. They're gonna think you're trying to misrepresent them. They will cut that fucker off your arm and rip it off. That's why you gotta watch what you get for tattoos.
Hey, what does that sound like? Like say 13 sounds like another word. It start with an F. If you can guess it.
13.
You got another word that rhyme with it, but it start with an F.
Fluorine.
Flirting.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, but then I'm like, that's not a word. Flirting. Oh, flirting. Okay, yes.
You know, like I think Marcel said it. I'll get Marcel mixed up with Boy. Y'all kind of sound the same to me.
There's people I've seen with crowns tattooed on them when I was in what do you call that? It wasn't prison yet. It was the I forgot what you call it before you go to prison. But anyway, I wasn't trying to scare people, but I would tell them, you better cover that tattoo up. The Land Kings are gonna cut that shit off.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting on a 13-month calendar. There's like quarters of 13 weeks as well.
Huh.
No doubt. Remember you just said that 13 is tied to like say the other realms or different.
That's what the pagans
world.
believed, apparently, yeah. Like
Yeah,
13 represents afterlife, apparently.
it is. It ain't what they believe. That's what it is. You know, like where you get to the 13, that's the whole thing with say the meltdown or sinking into the earth. You know, like raindrops.
Interesting.
Look,
The 1 month they took out is called Sol, like the sun, you know. The sun month they took out says everything you need to know, really.
Yeah, you know, sun evaporates moisture. Yes, it, like that'll really show, say, the process or the process. Where you know people got to pay attention though.
Didn't Sol also had a significant meaning in the passing of someone that they basically put 2 coins on their eyes for the journey to the afterlife.
Right.
All like the pay to pay the boatsman to bring them to the other place.
You know one thing with them coins on the eyes too, right? That's those glasses that Morpheus wore. In the Matrix, you know, they pinched his nose and he had 2 round spears in front of his eyeballs. That's them 2 coins. You know, and when they got Neo out of the Matrix, this is one thing people must realize, like he died out. You know, they showed him touch the mirror and all that, but that was his process of that 13. You know, he met himself in a broken mirror. and that's where he sinked through it. Like it turned into liquid.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the same thing like Friday the 13th. That was all about, say, a little boy perishing and coming back from where he went to. And he came back on Friday the 13th. Hold on, look. He hurt and murdered nothing but teenagers, which is, say, their teens. Like their teens is 13. Go ahead though. You got it, Marsh.
No, it also sounds to me like that the mirror, that he's basically looking outward, and through the mirror is basically looking back in. It's basically like the inner and the outer. You know, it's basically the understanding of the inner and the outer. Maybe that's, if you understand the inner, you also understand the outer, or the other way around.
Yeah.
I think I just found the reason why they changed the calendar. Says here that says here that some Jewish and Christian leaders opposed the calendar, as their tradition of worshipping every seventh day would result in either the day of the week of worship changing from year to year, or 8 days passing when year day or leap day occurs. So basically, because they wanted to worship on the seventh day. That's why they changed all this. You see, the Romans were basically heavily influenced, especially Julius Caesar. I think that's why they probably killed him, because he was like a Zio agent. And he didn't even have any children, so his adopted son was probably a Jew, got into power as the emperor, and basically became the first emperor of the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Just so they can do this stuff like this, all for their god, the seven-headed dragon.
See, look at that. Like, say, the Knights Templar. Y'all familiar with, say, the coming together of that congregation?
Yeah, those are my uncles.
Yeah, they exterminators. Look, like Terminator. Were they exterminators? You know, the Templars, they wore the silver, the armor, just like Arnold Schwarzenegger's, his little cyborg. You know, it was that of steel and iron and whatnot. You know, with his red eyes. This is the Knights Templars. You know, before they were even like they are in modern film. They told us about this, say, with that account, that being the Knights Templars, like, say, they were exterminators for say the darkness of this world is that of sea creatures. So no matter if you're on the sea, literally, say, hunting whale, you know, things of that nature, like everything is tied to a big beast and you a little ant going up against it. You know. So that's kind of what this congregation is like. It's like where people didn't have the, say, the girth or the guts to exterminate whatever creature was overwhelming. You know how they said the Pied Piper came and he sang the flute and got all of the rats out the castles?
Yeah.
That's what we dealing with. Say Pied Piper becomes Krampus. He done took all of the kids because somebody didn't pay what they said.
Well, isn't the Pied Piper also Pan?
Yes.
Because Pan is Satan, Satan is Krampus. Like, all these deities align, man. I think, personally, I think most of these deities that have the Trident is somehow aligned or synchronizes to Satan, man.
Yeah, the core is always a big part of truth, no matter what story it is. If it's mythology or whatever, or more recent, it all has a core of truth in it. You know, you just have to see between the
exactly.
Yeah.
Peace to the realist McCoy, Richard. Deion Sandals in the groove.
Much love.
I said peace of Jack Streaming, Maggot, everybody. Peace to everybody.
Yep, shout outs. Hey, Charles, you remember that saying all roads led back to Rome?
Yeah.
Like say Rome is our home. ROME. Everybody does this thing called roaming. It's literally astral projecting where you do have free will. If you didn't, we would have never met.
Drop your link, Deion Sandals. Sorry, mine's
You
my
all right?
fault. I was just telling Deion to drop his link in the chat. Go ahead, my fault.
Shout out. Yeah, like if you didn't have the free will, you wouldn't have met nobody that you've met, say in the real world or this cyber world where we all on this YouTube. So yeah, we all, like, all roads, they meet back up at a conjunction point where it ain't no other way to go. Everybody will meet at the same conjunction. That's the fork in the road, or where you meet God or the devil.
Yeah.
The Knights Templars, like they say, they took the problems that the people had and they became the exterminators for the people, dealing with everything from pests to the spiritual world. And I'll pause right there. But yeah, this makes me think of Krampus, like your title say, wise one. Y'all got to give me a second. Somebody take the mic, because I'm about to twist this blunt up real quick. Holla.
Yeah, these were all the like military orders of the Catholic Church, like we saw here. See, basically Knights Templar, Knights Hospitaller, the Order of St. James, the Order of Calatrava, and the Teutonic Knights. And you even had like this Cyprus in Cyprus here. You had like the Knights or something. Not sure which ones.
Okay. Hey, that picture that just had those 4 red squares.
4 red squares.
Yeah, I just seen 4 red. There they go.
Yeah. This is like what became modern Switzerland. That was started by the Knights Templar after they were,
Finland also has a cross too, and like that, but it's blue and white, I believe.
Well,
right.
There's more countries with crosses, like Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland,
right?
Probably. And like back in the day, like when during the times of the Holy Roman Empire, there were a lot of like city-states,
Britain,
A lot of them had also crosses on their flag. I think one of them is Alsace or something else. I don't know how to pronounce it.
And Great Britain has the double cross. That says a lot, right? That says more than we need to know. It's the double crosser.
Yeah. Like when I was growing up, I was never taught about Krampus. Even though, if you think about it, Krampus would be like one of Satan's minions. Because if Santa's Satan, right? Fucking Krampus looks like Satan, so I'm confused. Like, Santa is Satan.
Yeah, look, say Krampus will represent Santa's shadow, as above, so below. Like all of this stuff, say Krampus collects all of the stuff we throw in the trash. You know what I'm saying? Like all that Christmas, all that stuff we got on Christmas and we threw it away, eventually it broke. It go to Krampus. It's all cramped up, it's crunched up, it's broken, it's stumped on, it's used, it's abused.
So Krampus would be, Saint Nick would be the leader of the Misfits Island.
Yeah. Like on Pinocchio, yeah. See, like Krampus is Saint Nick. Like he's Saint Nick that's been scratched up. say, you know, the shadow is always on the ground and the ground is rugged. That's Krampus. He's literally the lump under the rug. Say where you get Santa's little suit, it's literally a rug that lays flat on the ground with 4 squares, say red in the center, and it got white fringes. And Krampus just come up from under that motherfucker like he got a turtle shell and it just hangs on his back. But he's the lump under the rug, you know. So he accepts and he takes everything that we throw in the trash, even the human body when it's done. You know what I mean, Chucky?
Yeah. Richard, TSL, flat motherfucking power, said, "Mind's eye, right his shadow."
Salute, yeah. You know, the 2 boots on the ground, that's your shadow up under you. That's a physical, you know. Remember how Peter Pan lost his shadow, and when he got it back, they put it back on him at the feet first? You know what I mean? Because Peter Pan is just a smaller version of Krampus.
I want
You know,
to,
he's a little boy.
I just want to see if you know who could look up the Moor's Black Pete. I don't even know who that is, but I've heard of it. The Moor's Black Pete.
Yeah.
You
just said that made me see the Oreo cookie.
Black what?
I don't know why.
The Moor's black what?
Well, the
Pete?
Oreo cookie has the Globus Cruciger symbol on it.
No doubt. It's like a code on there, huh?
Yep.
At the very top, I do see those X's that come in the form of like antenna. Wow, look, bro. When you chew up,
okay.
look at this. When you chew up or eat a Oreo, it's literally like black and white, like the static TV channel.
Black Pete is a Moor.
Yeah.
So
but that's not how the story is really that these servants basically they climb through the chimney and that's why they're black. It's not because they're actually of African descent or anything. It's just because they're full of soot from the chimneys.
And look, that's a whole nother world too. That's interesting you say that, because that's a whole nother world, like where they come down chimneys and, you know, go through the walls or the structures of the homes. That's just like downward driving, you know, like where he goes into your chimney. That's like, say, a hallway into your house, dealing with deities or spirits that don't have to be stuck to the ground like we are, you know.
Richard said that they do the blackface ritual, which I talked about earlier. I just want to say real quick, and I joked around and said, people say that if the so-called white people put a black face on to pay homage, that's racist. But then if they don't put the black face, they'll say that they're trying to whitewash it. I was just joking around, but
see here how I think the neck is white here, isn't it? Like it's just
that's a white collar.
Or is it part of the thing? Maybe, you know.
Now this stuff, I don't think they're paying homage. I think that was a little. They're trying to, you know, be a little, stuff like that. Like,
well, I think it was.
know.
I think originally it was black Africans, you know, but then they changed the story to like crawling through that they're, you know, black because they crawl through the chimneys to make it less racist.
See?
Yes. And I think like
even Richard,
Nicholas, he was like a guy who was in Africa, probably sent by the king in the Congo, and he basically sent back gifts for the people, I guess. You know,
yeah, they weren't even slaves; they were employers of the church.
Richard says there's nothing wrong with it.
Can I
of
say
them paying
something?
homage.
Can I say something? Peace to
Oh,
the
what's up,
panel.
Naga? I forgot I let you in. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
Big up,
Salute, peace to
Naga.
the panel. Uh, I want to tap in on the blackface, right? Because I think there is a deeper meaning behind the blackface than just paying homage. Because uh, we have a lot of African people, a lot of Caribbean people that do their white face. They have time during the year where they painted their face white, and do certain ritual or whatever the situation is, but they do have that white face that they do, whether it's powder or different substances that they use to paint the face, but they do it. So I don't think the Europeans do it just to pay homage, to some type of slavery or whatever. I think it's deeper than that.
Here it says that it comes from the wild hunt of Odin. And Odin is always like he has two raven companions who are represented as the Black Peat, who sit on the chimneys and listen to what's going on inside, and then they tell Odin about who's been bad and who's been good. They're basically
The fiddler on the roof.
like spies on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, the roof.
originally they were just like eavesdropping on people.
Ooh wee. Hey, look, and that gets a lot deeper than it seems because the roof ain't talking about the top of your house. Say the surface level where you get all of these trolls, agents, spies, running the streets. Because this is like say the gravel in your street outside, it represents the shingles on your roof, if you know what I mean. This is where they tell you about Santa and Krampus, literally ruffling or rumbling on the top of your house because your house is equivalent to the street that is sitting in front of. The same place where that's why your park is slay on top of your motherfucking house, just like your car is sitting in the street in front of it. Because we are all on the roof living here on the earth. And that's like say where you got your chimney, he's really going into the ground for your ass, like Bugs Bunny was sitting in a rabbit hole. You know what I mean? It's like our house is just extended up out of the earth like a flower will grow. And you know how you have a ladybug sitting on the top of a tulip?
It's the foundation.
Yeah, they come pick us like we pick stuff. And I think it's all like Krampus is karma. Show me the Carfax. If you remember
Karma
the
from
car.
Krampus. Yeah.
I
Because if
think
you think
Krampus.
about it, if you did good, Saint Nick would give you presents like apples and stuff. I was reading it earlier. But then if you do bad, Krampus will give you a spanking with this like.
Even worse, it says here that he would take you back to his homeland of Spain in a burlap sack, where,
What?
according to legend, they'll be forced to assist them in their workshop for an entire season or
Yeah.
longer.
He'll put
So
you on the orphan train.
it's basically like a child laborer.
I
Yeah,
think
see, that's
I think Krampus is the personification of the Egyptian scarab beetle that kind of bulge you up, that kind of mold you
What?
or form
How do
you
you spell
into
that?
yeah.
How do you spell that word? Naga. Maybe you'll look it up.
what
Ca-
the scarab
The
beetle
Egyptian. Yeah.
is
Scarab,
SCARAB. Yeah,
scarab.
scarab. Yeah, scarab.
Yeah. The scarab, look at this. Tied to Christmas, right? It makes that dung ball or that ball it makes, that's a snowball. Like it's Christmas all year round. Every tick of the talk of the clock is Christmas here on this earth. That's what people don't realize.
Probably right about that ball, and with the presents, the boxes, and all of that.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of,
Yeah.
Christmas is one of the big ones.
Shape and mold. Look, and if you look at that beetle from the top position, the aerial view is like the top of our skull.
Exactly.
Peace be what it is.
Much love to everybody. Hey, I do appreciate this because this shows you why you can pull the car off of the lot. It's literally the sleigh. Like everything that we are looking at and breaking down or identifying, it may be the total opposite of you. Like we
Yeah.
looking in the mirror.
Fear is the mind
Yeah,
killer.
Krampus is one ugly dude, man. Like, I think, like you guys were saying, it's the reflection of Satan, and that would make perfect sense because Saint Nick is when Satan wants to do good stuff, and Krampus is when Satan is the bad karma.
Mm-hmm.
But it reminds me like of Satan. When Satan wants to do good stuff, he'll come through as Jesus, and then when he does evil stuff, he'll come through as whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't take that literal, like there's an actual Satan walking around.
Right. Right. It's look, Chuck. Say it's literally energy. It's the energy. You know,
They had a lower energy, the materialization of energies,
yeah,
materialized
that
light.
conniving,
Satan.
that plotting energy, it's the energy that's say is byproduct energy. It's energy that people shouldn't even act on, yet they still do it. And this is where it's on its way out. Like Krampus represents the food that you ate. It's not say such a bad thing. It's just the negative off of the positive. It's the byproduct of the product that's brought. So Krampus will be literally, like say where we fall asleep, bro. That's.
But look, I think is also, you know how we talk about like the good and the bad or even the
Yeah.
mirror. I think,
Yeah.
for example, one of the aspects why we go and look at the mirror is to see how we look, to see what we got on. So I think that energy is kind of like our aura, like our auric energy, like your minds as was saying, the shadow type thing. So
Mm-hmm.
it's literally the
Did
energy
you
that's molding
did you
you.
see it? If you go to Old Nick on Wikipedia, basically it says it's a nickname for the devil. Basically,
What, Saint Nick?
Exactly.
And
Old
Olden
Old
probably
Nick,
tie into that too.
Old Nick. That's one of the nicknames of the devil. I
Mm-hmm.
just showed you all the pictures.
Like, hey, look, that's literally
See
everybody.
Nickelodeon. See, that's the reference to
Right.
the devil. There's a lot
You,
of booze called Old Nick
you owe a nickel.
or a nickel. Yeah, nickel.
The spirit in a bottle.
Yeah, look, this where you get technical.
If
Literally,
you
literally.
Mm-hmm. This is where you
literally the
get
devil.
the take of a nickel. This where you get Nicolas Cage. Like the
Salama
story of the
says,
ghost hunter.
"Old
It's
Nick,
yeah, Nicholas
old
Cage.
Nick."
Lol. Totally got
Ah,
it.
good one. Good one, mine.
Salama said, uh, wait, where'd it go? Old Nick, is that for old Naga?
Mm-hmm. Because it's not bad like people think it is. Like where you get a hold to this information or this intelligence, if you can comprehend it, then you let it be what it is. You don't judge it and say, "Oh, it's bad," because you look up and you be the person committing the same act. Say in righteousness where couldn't nobody even call you wrong. It's like this where you will have the existence of what they call them damn superheroes. Show can't call them right or wrong. You know, it's literally showing us, say, what we do if we don't slow ourselves down or stop ourselves in situations, then the wrong is gonna show. Like if you don't pause and rewind yourself and
Right.
slow it down, you may do something that's, you know, it'll speak for itself. You know, if you would say wrong or not, it'll be a trail of something like hell left behind in your wake. If you act on things out of ill temper or ill manner, or look, if you panic, if you do that very thing that's nick and pan.
Wow. Yeah. Right. Damn.
You know, you get the nicking and scratching up everything like an animal that's being caught inside of a, you know, some type of contraption. Like the whole vessel, no matter what vessel it is, it'll get the flaring like they show us stars shining and, you know, glaring or whatnot. Cause that's what it is. If y'all remember that film, The Shining, remember The Shining?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
That's literally bright light. You know, like say the 3 streaks that you get on a window, if you clean it and you see those 3 lines, or if you in the art you done drew a window and you didn't put that little streak shine on it like you was Mr. Clean. These are the 3 lines, man. That's the silver line. That's literally puppeteering your movement. If you realize it, like it's just in the back of your mind, like somebody can pull the hair on the back of your head.
Here's Johnny.
Exactly, bro. He broke through a bright white door with a red axe that looked like a magnet.
Yeah, that's what Deion Sandals said in the chat. Here's Johnny.
And his name was, who was that? Jack Nicholas.
Jack Nicholson.
Bouchard said St. Patrick drove the snake people out of Ireland, aka Nagas, aka Black Pete.
Well, Nagas, they come, that's like a Hindu.
Yeah.
Like
Now, I don't know, man. I don't know what to think about that. Who came first? And
yeah, that's irrelevant, bro.
He went in the cave and drove the devil out.
Everybody's Nagas. Even the animals, man. They got the tail, you see they tail wagging and flagging on the back of them?
dude, talk about tails. I just seen what are them things called? A hippo, right? Its little tail in the back looked like a windshield wiper for the poop chute. That thing was taking a dump and his tail was wagging and shooting the poop left and right. I'm like, damn, this cat got a built-in windshield wiper and shit.
Exactly, bro.
It looks funny as hell.
That's it, man. That is it, bro. That's Wi-Fi right there.
Yeah, all technology. Look, even the airplanes, they were studying the hawk and how the hawk, and I was watching this video and the guy was showing how on a hawk or an eagle, the feather curves up and it's to like kind of like slow, you know, like when birds are just flying through the air or gliding, they'll put their wings out, or well, when their wings are out, that curved part is to slow them down when they're about to land or something. It was dope.
No doubt. That say that that thrust. Yeah, maneuver, all of that, man. This stuff is very interesting, you know. And how you talked about the children or the Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah. Now,
everybody.
That's a theory. I don't, you know, people are saying, oh, the white man, you know, all these theories about the white man. First, we come from a mountain, then we're from a cave, then we're the devil, then We were created in a lab underground, the Cabbage Patch Kids. I personally think their mothers were shot and they were all put on a train to start. You know, they love taking advantage of the undeveloped mind. So, what better way to start a new nation than with just children they can manipulate?
Exactly. You know, knocked off the say the elder generation and raised their children. Just like they said, the Pied Piper took the kids from the people. You know, it's like I don't even look at the mountains like they talk about white people come out the mountains. I look at that mountain as a cave. I mean, a castle.
I wasn't saying that, Richard. I wasn't saying that. You were saying I was just thinking about how, you know, I think a lot of this. Sorry to cut you off, mind's eye, but I just want to say real quick. I think a lot of these ideologies were created to keep us arguing and divided.
It is. That's the
Because a lot of
narrative.
them are just nonsense, man. Like, and
Even if it is the truth, it's
like,
still a narrative.
yeah, the people in church, these white, I forgot what they're called, but they say some of the older school white, like so-called white people say the same stuff about so-called black people, that they're the devil and they're marked and this and that. And I'm like, man, that shit's all bullshit.
Exactly. It go both, you know, both ways. If you ask me, everybody and everything here is supposed to be. Like we got to deal with right now. You know, like be able to shape and mold it for ourselves as a whole instead
Right.
of being controlled by a book that's meant to control your ass.
Yeah.
That's what it's meant to do, be it positive or negative, you know.
I don't know. It's like
That's what the
something.
book
It's like
do.
something. It's like something doesn't register every time I hear that. Every time I hear that, everything that's here is supposed to be here.
You don't think
Like
so?
I just felt like something is like not registered right. I think the way everything is going, it's supposed to be going the way it's going, but I don't think everything's supposed to be the way it is. I don't know if that makes sense.
Because it's
It's
here.
I think the Moors, like if you look at Europe, you know, in Africa and stuff, you know, maybe the Europeans are trying to whitewash the Moors, and because why wouldn't there be so-called black people all over there? Africa is the hugest continent in this realm, besides Antarctica that goes all the way around, allegedly. I've never been there, but we can prove Africa is definitely, you could fit every freaking country in Africa and still have room. So
Okay.
that place is huge. So why wouldn't there be because I heard there was German, so-called black Germans, Irish, all these labels they put, but they were all over. When I learned about black Germans, I said, "Oh man, why don't they ever like a lot of these pictures?" I used to ask my mom because it'd be nothing but so-called white people, and I'd be like, "Mom, where's the black people? Where's the Spanish people? Where's everyone else?" You know, right away. That was the first thing I noticed. Like, son, because I grew up around everybody, all sorts of backgrounds and cultures.
Guys, I
Well,
gotta.
well,
Can I
is
interrupt for a second?
uh,
I
Go
need to
ahead.
go. I need to go. So, just wanted to say bye.
All right. You
See you
know,
later.
thanks for you
Yeah, see you
sharing
later.
and stuff. Peace, man.
Much love to you, Marcel.
yes,
Now, when you said everything, like I was thinking too myself, mind's eye, that everything has a purpose. Like, uh,
No doubt.
I think there's a balance, and when we like cut all these trees down, and you know, it's always like gluttony is being performed. You can't have
Mm-hmm.
enough trees. You got to cut them all down and plant one, right? It's people are ass
Mm-hmm.
backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Production.
but everything it plays a role. Now, all the animals, the insects, like you know, picture us killing all the bees and ants, right? Because people don't like insects in their lawn. They're there for a reason. They're all part of making the soil
Yeah,
and,
what it is.
and
Yeah,
yeah, so it could grow plants and stuff. The
process.
insects are there for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
People be
Hey,
like, kill them all.
hey, Charles, and that's why you didn't see, say, black people, and them people didn't even exist in that picture. If you ask me, you know, like say where you was a child and you was like, where the black people at in your pictures? Because we just like ants, man. You don't see the red ants with the black ants, yet we coexist together. You know, like the black ants over here, some of them may you know, go away from the group and you will have a couple of red ants and a couple of black ants that become friends, you know, and they catch the picture. They be the ones, you know, it's like skipping school, you know, like we all exist together, but we've been thrown in a bunch like sprinkles on a damn ball of ice cream.
But I think my eyes, you know, even looking at it through the lens of the animal, right? Even though they might uh run across each other, but they have their own kingdom, though. You know,
Exactly.
they
Yeah,
exist in their own environment. You know,
exactly.
because you know one being in each other environment, you know, that would be detrimental to the environment. So that's
Yeah,
why they have their own environment. But when it comes to us, you know, we're all piled up into one environment. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
yeah,
and
and
trying to
that show you.
and we're trying to find out which one of us got, you know, here first.
Yeah, that'll show you right there why the environment is so toxic
Yeah.
because it's, you know, like say each so-called race or species should be existing where they building for their own kind. You
Yes,
know,
sir.
that's what should be going on because we are tied to the micro world that's under our feet. And we
Mhm.
should be, you know, say building the same. This is where you would know problems when they occur. But right now it's just, you know, say super chaos
Mhm.
because all races is just clashing and splashing.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now it's Clash of the Titans.
Yeah. We all in one bowl and it's no room to think or, you know, elbow space. Like every like they say the realms is merging and that's what we've been dealing with for the longest of time. Like all, you know, it'll all turn into one type of color when everybody is mixed, a big bowl of porridge, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mhm.
A
What
giant race.
Charles mentioned about the taking care of this realm, basically, all the nature that is lost. But for example, if you, I think it's all three countries, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, they
Hmm.
plant more trees than they cut down, so they have it perfectly in balance, and they don't have a shortage of any financial means. They have like big buffers.
Hmm.
They don't owe anybody anything. They take care of their lands. So there's a big ball of light for everybody to embrace because it's possible. You know, we
It's the
can.
same thing. It's the same thing with with the animals and the plants. The
Yeah,
animal and the plant give it back to the earth. They don't
mhm,
just take from the earth and they don't just terrorize the earth. They give
exactly.
back to the earth. It's kind of like they
They
uh
recycle.
yes, you know. But when it comes to us, we don't do none of that.
Hmm.
Instead we build things that you know that's gonna take more time, you know, to break down and regenerate into the earth.
Exactly. And if we don't take care of this realm, we will basically destroy ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
like a like a
that's the
parasite.
most simple way you can put it. If we
Yeah.
don't take care of this realm, we will be lost as well. It's as simple as that.
Yeah,
That's it.
it's like imagine like taking like certain cows, right? and put it in an environment where you're supposed to have like a whole bunch of bugs living, kind of like frogs, like like bees, like, well, kind of like certain animals that kind of live around grass, you know, then they wouldn't survive. They will have to move because the cow will eat all the grass,
Yeah.
you know. So eventually, the bugs or the animals that live around the grass, they will have to migrate into different environment, and that's kind of what's happening to us as a race. It's like everywhere we at is being terrorized, right?
Yeah, and even the waste and manure, and they are the bugs and the flies that clean up the shit, you know, and use it for reasons to grow new stuff. You know, if all those links disappear, it's over. You know, it's just as simple as that.
Yeah,
It's
that's why there is a lot of animals that go instincts, which I don't think they are. I just think they move or migrate
yeah,
into different environment. But that's basically what they're trying to do to us. They're
yeah.
trying to uh uh they're trying to make sure that we go extinct, or AKA move us into different and into a different environment, Africa.
Hmm.
Yep, like literally extinct is
Well,
where you get the zombie people now.
Yeah, it's
people
like when
always
people
say
come
the
to
white man.
America, people are gonna be asking where the Americans at, where the black people here in America. Oh, they go extinct, but really they literally moved to Africa.
But do you think the African people, some of these people that are greedy, don't care about, Africa, they're selling out their own people? Like, say these white people from America, so-called white people or Europe, come and they're like, I wanna, you know, I want all the diamonds or I want all the gold or whatever. They sell that part of the land to them, not caring if there's tribes there. They just like, so-called white people, they done conquered all their so-called people, back with these religious crusades or whatever, wars, you know, and killed all their own people just to take control. They didn't care. That shit goes around all over this realm. It's always to infiltrate a certain group of people. It's always that one weak link that'll sell out, don't care about the whole tribe, and I think it happens everywhere, man. That's how they infiltrate you. They need to get. They always say everyone has a price. So
Yeah, sadly, layers of people don't have any moral standards or can think further than their, you know, they basically only care about a paycheck and the orders they are given. They don't think any more than that, sadly, and I think that's the problem. People that are corrupted by power or financial means or whatever.
because Africa is the resource continent of this realm. My thoughts are, why isn't Africa binding together and making millions of dollars, or people could thrive?
Well, the thing that I just mentioned.
No, you know why? Because they don't control the dollar. That's why. They don't control the dollar.
Isn't African money like under the Queen or something, if I'm not mistaken?
They don't
I think
control
they're
money. They don't
changing that.
control money. They don't control money, period.
They don't print their own money and African money?
No, they don't control it.
Wow. Huh.
Even if they print their own money, they gain access to print their own money through the world's money system, because money is a global thing.
They should tell everyone to go screw themselves and have their, that's what I think every country should do. It's my opinion, is have their own money and create their own stuff. I think the Western ways are
But the thing
trash.
is, it's not like that. Let me show you why it's not like that. Can everybody just go and create their own McDonald's?
Yeah.
No, they can't, because McDonald's is already a brand,
Well, you
right?
know what I mean. Something
McDonald's.
like a McDonald's.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But they cannot create a McDonald. McDonald is somebody brand, right? So they cannot. Everybody cannot just take somebody brand and make it their own. It's the same thing for money. Money is a family idea. So
Only
every
the
country
Italian
can't
Empire
just
can
take
do that.
every country can't just take that idea and run with it because that family is in control. So they will have
Anya,
to
thank
create
you.
their own currency.
Ouch.
Yeah,
Anya's
everybody can have their own supermarket around their house if they want, meaning your garden.
thank you, Sunshine Time. I just seen that. Wow.
Yeah, that's the issue with money, though. That's the issue with money is because the issue with money is being controlled in a hierarchy system, right? In a pyramid system. So at the top
Well,
is only being controlled by a single family.
you know how they say money is the root to evil? Well, I said if money is the root or route to evil, it'll lead you to the banks. Now, America screwed themselves when they let these private banks come in from overseas. Why? If we were totally free from Europe and this country was so called created so the Europeans could be free, um, why the hell would you let a private bank come in to print our money? You would, especially from Europe or Switzerland. I would tell them to go screw themselves.
Well, yeah, but
Well, it
most
happened.
people are
It
basically deceived into
well
that.
it happened just like every other things, just like every other things that they want to implement. They do it in a time of crisis. That's
Yeah,
exactly what happened. They always come in time of crisis, and to implement something that they always wanted to implement.
yeah,
Yeah, you let somebody change your diaper when you were a child. That's what America did. They let somebody, run their banking system when they were infantile in being oppressed and manipulated. Well, now we're pretty experienced on that, and we can handle our banking ourselves.
That's
Literally.
it. Yep, that's it.
Look
It's
at
like
the Tea Party. All right, go ahead, Mind's Eye. I'll
The
say it after.
revolution will not be televised.
nah, it's like being given a vehicle and say this vehicle is your body. In this case, like say it's being given a car and you really don't know how to drive it.
Hmm.
You're not serious enough to look into everything about the vehicle before you decide to say get in the seat. You know how we don't read the fine print?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we be very immature, like say the free will that we have. I want to rewind that and take that back real quick, because that's where you get freedom. Like say we just have will. We have, you know, we have will until you really know how to drive in this spiritual realm that we in. Because
yeah.
like
First,
I
we
know y'all know that you can do some things. I know that you can do some things, the human body or the vessel
Well,
or whatnot.
they s- they say it's called freedom because we must be dumb if we think we're free.
Yeah, you got to be dumbed down to,
yeah,
you
there's a lot of
know,
tricks they pulled on us.
You
They
got first of all, you gotta be
stop
sleeping.
learning that stuff. You know.
First of all, you gotta be sleeping, and to be sleeping at time
exactly.
because you're dumb.
That's what the free part is. It's sleep, where you don't even know it.
Yeah.
You know, say where you think you can comprehend things, that's how far you can take it with whatever you said you can comprehend. Yet, we all know it gets deeper. It gets real deeper when you learn how to play the game. There's
Well,
life,
me,
like for real.
I kind of look at it different, right? It's like it's like they don't want you to know that you're sleeping, so you don't go there, you know. Because if you know that you're sleeping, then you go there. You know exactly what's going on, you know. then you know how to control it. You know where the control room is at, right? You'll go in the control room, right, and tweak certain things, you know, and then you come back and see how it look. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Well, I knew we weren't free. I used to always, you know, tell the police, you can't do this, you can't do that. I'm free, or I know my rights. But I realized we weren't free when I was on probation and they locked me up for smoking weed, right? You know, and when my mother used to tell me this government can come and arrest you and put you away, I'm like, so how are we free?
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is a real thing, man. This is why they don't want. This is why they scare a lot of kids from going to sleep, because the kids will know where they at. They will know that they are asleep, and they will scare a lot of kids with different characters. Now kids is scared from going to sleep. You know, their sleep is being interrupted. You know, it's being disrupted, so they can't have, you know, they can't sleep the way that they're supposed to just astral projected themselves. You know where they at. You know, and just look at things properly. I think that it go that deep that, you know, we really asleep, but they don't want us to know that we're asleep because
Yeah,
we will
that's
literally
true.
go there.
You're using that example as the vehicle. Using the vehicle, if you scare these kids out of ever getting into the driver's seat, they'll just be a passenger in somebody else's plan.
For life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, take the
Thank you, Solama.
the 7 to 5 mentality. You know, you work all day, and when you get home, you
Much
barely have
love,
a chance to take a shower and to eat, and then you basically got to go to sleep again just to do the job for your boss or your own company. You never get enough sleep. Basically, you never can
Mhm.
restore.
You ain't even go to sleep. That's why you woke up so tired.
Yeah,
You didn't even go to sleep. You was just resting, literally.
Yeah. Rested in
You ain't
peace.
even went deep enough.
Sleep is what they say, sleep is awake for the dead. Like, say, the bed literally represents that matrix chair they be getting in, yet the body itself is that bed. You know, like conundrums or looking through an infant mirror, an infinity mirror. That's what our existence is like if you can, pick through it and see
You
it for
know,
what it
when
is.
on the computer, when the screen goes into, like, it'll keep going. It'll, like, how can I explain it? It's like a pyramid. You know, it'll go
Yeah.
to the smallest, like, it's the same screen, but it's showing it all the way till it disappears. Looks like a
Mm-hmm.
pyramid or a dimension
You
or
know
some
what that's
shit.
like too? That's like being on the inside of a building, looking like say if a stair column went around all the way to the top, or how it go floor for floor. That's what you looking through. You looking through that infinite mirror, because a building is equivalent to what a spaceship is. You know, in a spaceship, like say the Twin Towers was pulled over. They was really pulled over and parked when that process happened, because they were two spaceships that was driving. You know, if you look at any building that's skyscraping, you see it's in the
Well,
sky.
the
You know what I
Twin
mean?
Towers look like tuning forks.
Yeah. With the sky moving in its background, it's like that, which is flying, like it's flying through the sort of space.
I
Oh, that's
forgot what happened since you brought up the Twin Towers. I forgot what happened a week before that incident. There was something that was going to go down with the money being backed by gold, I think, with Russia. And then that happened, and all the gold went missing. But anyway,
yeah. They
gotta.
basically were about to release all the files of the things they wanted to know with JFK and all sorts of things, and basically that building got torn down as well, so they couldn't research it anymore. And it was a big financial scheme as well.
Yeah,
yeah.
people believe the Pentagon was hit by a plane. When even when
No,
I first seen it, I said, "Well, where's the plane parts? If it crashed into that, would it disintegrate?" right? Where's all the plane seats? Where's the tires, right? A plane ain't gonna hit that building and just disappear, right? There's this little hole in the building, right? Only people still believe that happened. Like, I don't know what happened to people's common sense, but
no, it's 100% being proven that it wasn't a plane.
Hey, and it's deep, man. I know they pulled it over. It was toppled over, and that's to be pulled over.
They did that shit and laughed at us like, "Ha, we did it right in your face, you suckers." That fires me up when I think about it.
You know how they show a spaceship, like it'll have that little cloak mechanism to it, or that cloak feature where it look kind of holographic or see-through, as if it was invisible. That's what say a building covered with windows or made of glass, it kind of disappears into the sky. And if you don't know the half of what's really going on in the world, you do not see the spaceship that it is. So yeah, like say it didn't have to be hit by a plane or whatever. Something knocked the chunk out of it though, like Jenga.
Yeah, it was that biggity bomb.
Yeah, well, all demolition experts all agreed that it was a demolition of some sort, not a crash with a plane or whatever.
Yeah,
that should have been case. And then it wasn't even a week, because I thought there'd be an investigation. But considering it was labeled a terrorist thing, it automatically,
Yeah, they could start a war again.
Yep. You can't investigate. It's like when they labeled a murder an overdose, it's case closed. So things are done for reasons, man. These laws,
yeah, buddy,
were put in place to legalize the criminal acts and only hold us accountable. Every time they show a drug bust of 50 things of cocaine or this and that, and we're arresting these chomos and this and that. It's just to make it look good, like they're really doing something, but they're not. It's just a show they're putting on to say this is where your tax money is going, and we're trying. Man, they're gobbling up our tax. They ain't doing shit.
Exactly. It's the reality show that's being watched.
It's the illusion they're putting. Yeah, we're trying to fight the crime on drugs, and you could find a guy in a hole in the desert, but you can't stop cocaine from coming in. You can't stop chomos from taking children and all that, but you could find a guy in a hole.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, because they are the Saint Nicholas or the Krampus, basically.
Yeah, they look. It's just
here,
like,
and the other things happening there,
Yeah, look, look, Charles. It's just like they can tell us they done found a damn Ninja Turtle in the hole. They can't. They can find everything else because, like, say that's the narrative, because it's all storytelling. Like where you just said that, man. Obama equivalent to the damn Ninja Turtles in the sewer. You ask me, it's the same story. That's
I used to
all
love the
part of
Ninja Turtles, man.
Yeah, it's all.
I had the little toys, everything.
Yeah, he got the Nobel Prize, right? Obama got the Nobel Prize, and how many wars did he start?
Oh God,
7, right?
Yeah, it's getting ridiculous. Him and Biden, or Biden's. Notice how these awards and these holidays, holy days of war, that's what we should call them. All these holy days are these deities and shit they made up, right? Like, your family isn't as important as these deities, or George Washington made it so you could be free, right? He's been dead. I don't give a fuck about that clown. It don't affect my life.
Narrative, yep. Exactly.
My mother and father are more important than any of them deities, even Jesus.
That's what you realize,
Yeah.
You being subliminally recruited, whether you know it or not. You know, with all of this, because like where you wise enough to avoid all of the carnal activities as you grow up, you know, and then you look up, it still exists. You know, where you go into the mature state, it's like you can't get past it if you see what's going on. You can live with it as if it don't, you know, and that's I think what you're supposed to do. But it's like, yeah, you be looking at the reality show, say not laughing at it or crying about it.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I
exactly.
definitely agree with
When you
that,
gather
Mind's
the
Eye.
skills.
We're supposed to live with it and act like it doesn't even exist. Turn the other cheek. It's just hard to do.
Yes,
Right.
yep,
I
No,
definitely agree with
That's
that.
that's
that.
impossible for me at
What
least.
what was that? Be what it is. I couldn't hear the end part.
Oh,
Well,
I
my
was just agreeing with Mind's Eye that, all this, I mean, we call it bullshit. It is what it is, but we live with all these things. A lot of the times we cope by saying it traumatizes us, but really it's just an excuse not to turn the other cheek and be that person you could be.
mm-hmm. You know,
my grand lived in them ages of turn your cheek. You never. My grand used to say you don't talk about politics and religion because it starts, arguments. But how are we? I used to tell my grand, how are we ever going to solve these issues if we don't talk about it? But that's the age my grand grew up in.
Yeah, it's a different world. 'Cause if you help out your neighbor today, they'll bleed you dry.
They'll what? Bleed you dry?
Yep.
yep. Some could, some would. He's right. And
So
like where you look
in the
at
age
it,
of the
shit.
destroyer, you don't lend them a cup of sugar. You turn your cheek as if they were never there, and you let them die as if you murdered them. And then in the age of the savior,
Nice.
Mm-hmm,
for when society walks the path of salvation, of course you need to help your neighbor because that's the way you promote life. And to promote
mm-hmm.
life to death is you don't lend them the cup of sugar.
Exactly. Exactly. Because it's just like that, you know. Where you do lend the hand, that's you don't really want to lend nobody your hand, do you? You don't want to chop your hand off and give it to nobody. So nah, I can't help. Because
Yeah.
that's what lending the hand is. It's not say being selfish or none of that shit. All of that's programming. You know, where it is what it is, I just can't help you. Like if I help you, I still didn't let you still not gonna learn. If I help you, I hinder you. You know, in a world where it's like that, but like you said, where it goes positive and it promotes life, I would help you. You know, but that's where we set up standards and say the rules get written down. And that's a type of programming where we can drop all of that and it'll be for self, just like the wild do, because you really can't help like say the turn the cheek part, where we get to that part. If you really can't say full face the situation, then just keep on going. If you ain't ready to be in that with that person, then you can't help them. You keep on going. If you ain't ready to, you know, because where you full face stuff, that's the say 100% of your face, opposed to it being to the side where you turn the cheek. Because it's gonna get all on you, whatever the situation is where you try to help people. And then like say you really be pissed off when you look up and everybody just do that. They just turn the cheek and they keep going past you. But like you look up and you trying to help every damn body like you Spider-Man or some shit. You know. So yeah, it's like pick your battles wisely. And I land right there.
Yeah, you can only help yourself, and if I'll that whole cup of sugar thing, I'll pick that back up because in this day, we're taught to lend your neighbor a cup of sugar, but that gives them diabetes.
That's funny.
See,
So
yeah, you can't help.
if you buy the sugar, if you buy the sugar to lend it to your neighbor, you're killing yourself.
Either way it go.
So you gotta be good for your neighbor by being good for yourself, and your neighbor is good for you by being good to themselves.
Ain't that right, bro? Look, and that's where it provides so many combinations for conversation and growth.
Yeah, that synchronicity, it definitely opens up opportunity.
Yep, opposed to just being blocked or shut out or shut down.
Because we got plenty of issues that will guaranteed divide us as a people. If you say, "Oh, are you in the sun more or less?" It's going to divide you. "Oh, are you violent or do you run away?" It's going to divide you politically. "Oh, do you feel like, you should be able to any of your regrets you should be able to pave over them in the past with people's tax money?" That'll divide people. And these governments, they automatically bring up drug legalization, they bring up abortion, they bring up capital punishment, they bring up color of skin, and it automatically divides people like they don't have a frontal part of their brain.
Yeah, but then I say the questions people that are still voting, they don't understand how the shit works, you know.
Oh, everybody in the slaughterhouse line is still in line for the slaughterhouse. It doesn't matter what door you go in.
Exactly.
Not at all.
On the other end, there are still many good people. I have some good neighbors here and yeah, that's where I get my yeah, that's where I get a lot of energy from. That I see people waking up, or at least trying to do what is good, you know, in what form.
Yeah. You gotta let people be, because like say look in that word, like I be getting very intricate with it, you know. Say the word because, like where you break it up, it becomes Bloods and Crips. And that's literally like left and right brain gang banging.
Yeah.
You know, so where you cry because, this is literally like you battling yourself out loud, like a baby cry.
Bro, that's to be or not to be in a nutshell.
Exactly. And that's literally a demon, because y'all know, say a bent up face crying and shit is ugly. And you gotta be brave. You gotta have a brave heart to get out there and look like you burning with tears, because that's what people look like, they on fire when they cry.
Yeah.
So that's what it is when you say because this or because that, say in a selfish manner, if you ask me. Like you just, like they say, it's your party and you can cry if you want to. Because if you don't want to, say, be around, then you won't come around. So everybody here, it's not considered that you crying like a baby. Because everybody here is literally trying to hear each other.
I heard the babies are crying because they figured out they're back in this shithole again.
Yeah. Remix.
Not here.
That's what it is, bro. That's what it is, Charles. Remix. This place is interesting, and it's, like, say, if we can grab a hold, I hope somebody do something that's never been done. Like, say, just with waking up the vessel. Cause like I done some incredible things myself, in my little vessel, but I was enraged, and I was, you know, I was kind of pushed there. But I think back to it, bro, and it amazes me because I was motherfucking stoppable, you know, real talk. So like I know the body can do unimaginable things, you know, when it's under pressure. So you can do things where you just are totally in control.
Exactly. The darkest periods in my life taught me the most things out of the years that I've had already. I only came out stronger, and yeah, I think you need those moments in life to
Yeah.
learn. You know.
Triumphant moments, uh moments of bravery, because it's, you know, it's well and it's worth it. It's healthy to the body where you know, learn about it. You learn
True.
about things here on the earth. Just you being grounded. It's a lot. It's so much to cover within just that aspect of you being able to stand on the ground. It really is. I appreciate this conversation, though.
Hell yeah. This is a good build.
Yeah, for real.
Hey, what you think about all of this, man? Like, say where, because it's something I really, you know, I tie it all into the Krampus thing. You know, say the times of say where the snowfall, all of this, the end of the year, or the, you know, because it
Well,
resets itself.
you're tying it into seasons and stuff,
Yeah,
like, because
all it,
Krampus,
trees,
like,
yeah,
Satan
everything.
also represents death. Like, what's so great about your body being eaten by worms and bugs in the ground? That's what it's signifying. They
Right,
make it all like fear based and shit, man. All this stuff.
exactly. This
So,
where you
can you
can't
imagine
do that.
being up in Northern Europe during this period of the this time of
Plague.
year? There's no light bulbs, and
Mm,
then when springtime comes, somebody in your village is dead. Their whole house is just dead. So how do you cope with that? How do you understand that part of your reality as a I'll
mm.
just say less electronic civilization? Like nobody's told you that. You haven't seen that on Facebook anymore. Some family in your village is just dead from the wintertime. That could be a
That
demigod
sucks.
coming in, or like a deity coming in and taking them because they weren't a good part of the community. They were on the naughty
Huh.
list, so Krampus came and took them. They didn't work hard. Everybody
Krampus.
knew they were lazy. They didn't work the fields as hard as everybody else. They didn't smile as brightly. They weren't as polite as they could be. So Krampus came and took that ass.
Krampus had a cramp
Man.
in his style.
Hey, I feel y'all, man. Cause it's a thing where people don't even know, like, say that whole name, it flips over to Dear Boy, and we all know Dear Boy is Debo. Yep, that's where you get Debo, and y'all know, say what Debo do, he takes it like a bully, like, mm-hmm. It's the same energy. It's like, yeah, keep that same energy, and when that shit meet you, boom, you're gonna see, like, it gotta be a clash there. But shit, you just gonna get the clash is gonna be your ass getting snatched up. But like say at the end of the cycle, everything it goes to the dark side. It goes to the mud. All the leaves, everything that didn't survive, it died.
That's why I don't
Everything goes
view
back
the
into
color
the dark.
concept of black as a negative. It just is what it is. And
Right.
also, the color concept of white, it encompasses Homo sapien entirely. The color concept of black, it doesn't apply to humans unless we want to go into a social level. So like lighter and darker, yes, but when it comes to death, black, like you were saying, those type of energies, that comes from like a separate half of the whole, and we live on the other half. We're touched by that dark or dark matter and all that stuff, but like ultimately that's for us in the next period when we dissolve back into the dark.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, man. That's just what it's like. You look up the whole thing, like say the opposite of the darkness or the blackness, right? This is where it ain't all good with the light. You know, it'll blind you. It'll melt your ass. It'll burn you up. Like you got to stay right there in that Goldilocks zone, mentally, spiritually, what have you. You know, because both of them are where you like say the darkness will have you too damn gloomy, you know, and then the brightness you would just, you know, like say if you don't have the know-how and the control over yourself, you know, to do the best that you could when you do what you do, you know, like people will feel like you looking down on them and shit.
And
If you
that's
was
real, because
too
hey, with the light
too
bulb,
in the
if you don't
light,
put
you
enough
know,
juice, if you don't put enough juice into the light bulb, it won't light up. If you allow too much juice into the light bulb, it'll
it's
pop that
burning.
filament.
Yeah. It's popping the glass. Yeah.
Like you're saying, that Goldilocks zone, you always got to be in that flow state. You always got to be on.
Yeah, bro. And like say, that's white and black. Entitlement or you say you know,
So
those
yeah,
that.
on and off.
Yeah.
It's either on and off.
On and off. Yep. Yep. Light or darkness. Light switch. Facts. And you are everything, like where you get rid of the physical mirror here. Right? Charles, you there? Make sure Wise here. He probably you there, Charles? Or like say where we get rid of the mirror, you know, the mirror, or say the window that you could breathe on and you can write in the mirror. But like when you get rid of that, it becomes everything around you, especially all of the stuff that can literally look back at you. So this is literally say the mirror that we live in. You know, you can see your breath where you say stand in the middle of a cold environment, and that's like you breathing on a mirror and tracing your face in the fog. Like, have y'all ever done that?
I mean, is that looking at life through from the sunken place? Because that's how I feel. If ever I'm looking through a mirror, it's not good.
Yeah,
if I'm looking through a window, it's not good. I should be in my boots, and I should be the observer. I should be the one running the show, not watching the TV.
Yeah, that's the Matrix, right? The mirror, like that's literally a computer screen that's tied to the computer.
It's just a screen. The Matrix is the whole thing. A mirror is a mirror, a window is a window, a door is a door, the house is the house. Your vehicle.
A doorway is a portal. They used to call doorways portals.
So you could get in through the window, you could get in through the chimney, you could get in through the back door. These are all just structural elements of the Matrix.
Hold on, them motherfuckers coming through the mirror too.
What'd you say, Marcel?
I think it works both ways, the good and the bad. You can project good into this mirror, let's call it mirror, or project it outwards or inwards, whatever you like.
That's real. That's real, because like say the program, and a lot of people run to it, and you know, and I ain't pushing to say no negative energy or fear like energy, but yeah, people that's in worry, they run to the mirror. People that, you know, like say where it's default happening or you feel some kind of way, that's where you go to the mirror and you check an imperfection that you may feel. It ain't even an imperfection, you know, but the programming or the status quo of things, you know, if you trying to meet that standard, then you run to the mirror about it, you
So with
know.
that, are you the one listening to the mirror, or does the mirror listen to you? Now, if you could understand that one, there's also a third person watching both of them.
That's right. That's right. Look, and it could be a fourth, like each end will be just like making the crossroad or that cross that we just talked about, because it's on every door, it's on the doors, it's on the window, you know, like the little 4 square panel glass window with the cross in the middle.
Yeah.
It's all of them, they wind doors, they literally portals, like bro just said. That's what they are, the crossroad. Just like you, like say if you had a you know, one of those little cameras that fly, and you could go up and you look down,
A
straight
drone.
down at an intersection. Yeah, you will see that cross, and where they intersect, say vehicles go through each direction. Yet it's like that's the window, and you see them literally going through it. That's real deep, because it'll make you think about a lot of, say, groups that then traveled across the land going through the window.
The crossroads, the portals. Like a
Mm-hmm.
phone's a portal. And
Exactly.
I found pictures of, I think it was the 1950s, of people on, they had what is that called when you talk to somebody on your phone? Video call. They had that already. I think a lot of this, like, you ever see the Mayans hieroglyphs where they got a Mayan flying a craft, and then they got a Mayan on a laptop? I think all that technology is old stuff. That's why I think they be doing searching through graves and shit. It's not graves. I think they're trying to find buried technology that happened to get buried in the war.
Oh yeah, for
Like,
sure. Look at India. Those so-called temples. They look like technical structures.
yeah,
For instance.
for sure. They look like coils, right? Like energy coils.
Yeah, exactly. Engines or some sort. Engines.
Yeah, we've been doing that for a long time. We used to genocide other tribes when our flame went out, and we would just look for the smoke signals and then go take their fire before we could readily manipulate it and make it ourselves. The only reason the big guys don't come take our cool shit is because of law enforcement.
Yeah, wasn't it the case that like all areas had like a big fire just to provide everybody the fire?
Yeah, that was a common practice. Go in, take their fire and their women, and then you'll have less inbred children in your cave. But that's what they're doing now. I mean, they're killing us and they're taking all of our kids.
Yeah.
Same game plan.
Yeah, it's history repeating itself. Sadly.
So I have free labor that I need to get done. I need those kids.
That's right. I know that's right.
I think a lot of people would work for no money if everybody could have what they needed, you know? And that's
Exactly.
absolutely possible.
If we could have a
Oh
communist
man.
utopia, oh, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people could imagine this, working for, say, or just living your life, because that's what it'll be. Like manifesting, like that's the whole thing with being here, you know, being able to provide an abundance, balance.
Yes.
Like imagine walking a tightrope and being able, like it's say, it's like you on the floor. It's like you ain't even on you ain't even walking on a string. That's how much control we supposed to have down here, saying manifesting and appreciating each other's presence. It's like that where they show that silly ass clown where he just turn his back on you and turn around with a blew up damn balloon toy.
It's a good link, mind's eye presence, not the things you will get, but being in the present of all people just taking care of each other. That's the present.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yep. Or look, opposite of taking is giving, and that's what I think we should do. Like reverse all this that we know because we are literally doing it backwards. Like if we don't take everything that we done learned and reverse it, then we gonna stay how it is.
Mhm.
We got to do the opposite of that. That's been keeping
It's
us.
more, it's more
You
like,
know.
it's more like we gotta slow it down. Like your control is your speed. It's like too fast, you won't be able to see, what you're passing. So
Hmm.
you have to be at a certain speed. You know what I'm saying? In order to have control.
Yeah. Yep.
That's
Like a
point.
rich person throwing money around. Yep.
No, I agree totally with that. The only way forward is to slow down and take a good look at what is happening, and basically not going backwards, but less is more in this case. We don't need that much as
Yep.
some people have. We only need a
Make.
few things, a roof over our heads, food and water, and people around us to take care of each other. That's the only
Yeah.
That's why so many people is dying. This is where too much pressure will bust a pipe. You know.
Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly, man. Look, it's literally saying press sure. And if you know it ain't all good, you don't press sure. You don't be the one to come along and press the button that's sure.
Yeah.
They trying to get me to get a fucking. The annual percentage rate is 26.24% on this what is it called? Pre-selected for a MasterCard. Like, I don't want no fucking credit card. I might. I'll spend it all and not pay them. Shit. You're beat.
Yeah, you supposed to play the game. Don't let it do you.
But man's eyes, this is where if you don't press the button, sure, this is
Hmm.
where you get drowned because you will be flooded. You know,
Yeah, it's
it's
up
like
to you. It's depending,
yeah,
the situation. And it's a lot of them. Like everybody' life is worth you really paying attention to as if you was inside of a roller coaster. You know, which makes me think about that where you put that post up, Charles. The Cabbage Patch Kids, right? That was
Yeah,
all on that train,
yeah.
right? And I was checking that out, man. It was deep. Cause I got to thinking to myself, bro, I was like, where we look up and we hear a train coming, right?
Choo choo.
Mm-hmm. Clack clack on the track. Say that's another way to say, look, and this one specifically was full of babies. Say the babies was relative to the size of the train. Tell me they wasn't on that post you put up. The babies was say just about say the size of the train. That's some big
Think.
babies. Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
see.
What I'm saying is it's the motherboard. That's what it's talking to us. The motherboard will literally be that train, which is equivalent to the sound of a keyboard today.
No, the high-speed gold way
Mm-hmm.
of the motherboard, the gold connections on the motherboard. That's a good point.
Yep, it's just like that, bro. Cause like say where you type in a prompt, and you like say dealing with just this matrix, it does give you what you asked for.
A command. Put in a command and you get what you want.
Yep, it'll come to you. Tell me it won't. Damn near whatever, and this does allow and it does save you a lot of common sense, but you could be cheating yourself if you're not really into it and you like say you don't know about the mechanics of the things that you purchase. Like we said earlier about getting a car and you don't know how to really drive it is equivalent to that. Yet you can still type in the prompt and whatever you thinking about, it can pop up. So this system, it does serve you say give and exchange is even though sometimes your packages might get bent up and you know, yeah, we do know that this say this corporation that America is, it does give you what you ask for.
The word core, poor, ration. Core. The core is the poor in the nation.
Mm-hmm.
The
And that
corporation. The
exactly
core will keep you poor in the nation.
poor. Poor, like, see how it goes a lot of directions, bro. The rich and the poor, you could pour richly.
Yeah, that's deep.
It's like opening the floodgate. Look, says push
Yeah,
that button.
that's literally what I was talking about. That's why I said that you had to, that this is where you gotta be the one that press sure,
Hmm.
because
Yeah.
if not, you will be flooded, because the
Yep.
gate is
Look,
open.
look, say it's some shit like we see in that movie called Saw, right? Say
Hmm.
you come along, this motherfucker didn't, even though you might be freeing a whole bunch of dirty motherfuckers, this is the lesson that they about to learn. But you come along and press the button and all of the water come out. They was all in there floating like fishes, and had 10 more seconds apiece before they, so-called drown. But that's what it is like, yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Or the opposite, people can be starving and thirsty, and you come
This where
along knowing,
this where the term savior came from.
yeah, floodgate.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Or the trip wire. Look, you didn't even know you came through and stepped on the damn button. You know, an
Yeah.
accident is a motherfucker, but then you look up, that is what we call a setup.
This is why motherfucker when motherfuckers come around you, they'll start like uh they'll start like fucking with you to see if you're going to press the button, you know?
Mm-hmm. Like Sue Young in Rush Hour. Ain't no fun when the rabbit get the gun.
Damn.
Remember the little girl was telling him to push the button?
Mm-hmm.
She knew he was faking. Like, yeah. So it get like that, man. You can either be the giant in the room or you be the little bug get stepped on easy. That's what it's
P
like, you know.
Peace Lapis Blue and Kimba.
Much love to everybody. That's what it's like. You know where they said the Hulk will get mad and he like say like where you so-called offend him, he just get bigger. Like, you know, like you gonna get mad because like if it's a room that won't expand, you gonna get smashed and killed. Like he gonna step on you just getting big. So
Yeah,
it's like
he
you might
always
want to
has his
watch it.
pants on.
Huh? Say that again.
And he always leaves his pants on.
Yeah, the stretchy pants, yep. But he'll bust your ass. You know, that's what it's like, you know, with everybody being under a type of pressure. That's what they said, you know, with look at this. Y'all remember the Rage of Carrie?
Mm-hmm.
Like she was
Yeah,
little,
the
she was
car,
Oh, the
or
movie.
was it that?
Yeah.
Was it that chick that got the pig blood on her? That's Carrie, right?
yeah, that's her. Well, guess what she was though, Charles? Or what she represented is the Statue of Liberty. Yet going around torturing motherfuckers, opposite of, you know, giving that light to them. Where like kind of just like we was talking about, too much light or have a motherfucker where they nose is like turned up at you. And if they don't make sure that they involve you, like if you don't feel the connection with the story that a person is telling you, it's like they telling you and they glad you wasn't there. You know, so you punch them in their damn eye. You know, that's what it's like where people just love to tell you, you know, like it becomes a selfie. Like people they love to take selfies and all that type of shit. If you don't like, that's how I feel. If you don't really involve the people or persons that you talking to within the conversation, they'll tear your fucking face off. Cause it's basically like you know, goody two shoes or some shit like that. That's just what it's like where we deal with, say, liberties and all of that. So you know Carrie, she was sort of speak stepped all on and pushed out of the way or whatever in that film.
Yeah, basically she was traumatized. Let's call it that.
Yep, she was, you know, like she was pushed, and this is
Yeah.
where she did what she did. She literally represented the Statue of Liberty. She did the purge. This was the purge, you know, and that's what she represented. She was
That
like the Statue
commercial,
of Liberty.
the Liberty Bibbity or the something like that. The Statue of Liberty. I
Mm-hmm,
forgot
yeah,
what
what was
commercial.
that?
It'd be like Liberty Bibbity.
So I know what you're talking about in the show, the symbol of that statue. You know,
I think it's damn, what's the name of that company?
Liberty, Liberty.
Yeah, there you go. It's that
That's what it
stupid.
said. Yeah,
Like even insurance. If you look at insurance, that's illegal. Tax is illegal, but you know,
yeah. Stab you in your
people are
fucking back.
scared, man. to stand their ground. Yeah, they're gonna put you in jail because they know you're gonna fold and do what you're told. But me, you could put me in jail. I'll fucking adapt to that shit. If they say
The
in the
box.
United States, freedom of speech has been becomes void, I'm still gonna talk against them. They could come lock me up. It'll be like a vacation.
Yeah, because where knowledge is power, if you don't express that, then what? It's like you a hypocrite to your own existence. You know, it ain't about learning good from bad. You know,
That video on YouTube where he says, you don't know who you're messing with. He goes, I just got home from jail and I want to go back. Right? That was funny, man, that video.
that's
He said,
equivalent to, you know, that's equivalent to going to hell and coming back to
yep.
heaven. Look, on the horizontal plane. You know, instead of being on the vertical, going up or down spiritually. But that's what say jail is equivalent to hell here. But you say you walk back and forth in a
I
state
think
of
that I think that as a human being, the only way
what's
to
that?
show. Go ahead.
I was gonna say in the state of what's that? Limbo. You got it, bro. I was trying to think of that word.
I was gonna say I think the only way for us to show our strength or greatness is in unison. You know, it's kind of like fishes. You know, it's like we have to stir the water a certain way and, you know, in a certain direction in unison in order for us to, you know,
Yeah.
to,
Strength in numbers.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
in order for us to define our strength, our greatness. And we never uh, did that in a long time, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think
It was
that's why
like
we lost what greatness is. We kind of lost
Yeah,
it.
if
But
we all sung our life songs in harmony, in tune,
mm-hmm.
they switched up the tuning of A major, right? We don't even sing in the same tune no more. How can we stir the waters with these vibrations to make the right cymatic pattern if we're not singing in tune?
yeah,
Oh, that's right.
that's it. I think that's why divide and conquer is so important, you know, to the elite. Because we will, you know, as long as it's and it's in place, we won't be able to uh define what greatness is. You know, we won't be able to to define our strength.
Yeah, if we're divided into noise and signal, and everybody is thinking the other person is the noise and they're the signal, we'll never get in the right tune for the holy day of wintertime. We'll never tune our energies to match our neighbors, to match our environment, so we can make this world vibrate. And what did they say? There was a tune that pleased the Lord. David
Mm-hmm.
found the tune that pleased the Lord, and it was Hallelujah or something like that. I don't have classical training, but we're supposed to come together and vibe and increase that amplitude of our energy in a certain frequency and then line up to the holy days like a clock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why we were the Buddhas.
I ain't mad at that.
I think I may have a good example of such a coming together thing. Here in the
Yeah,
Netherlands,
bro.
they basically are rolling out that agenda as well, you know, the 2030 thing. And one of them is get rid of all kinds of traditions and all that. And we talked about Santa Claus or St. Nicholas or whatever, the celebration. And they basically stop giving subsidies to organize those festivities. Now
Yep.
what the people did in certain areas of the country, they said, "Oh, you're not gonna support our traditions anymore. Well, we do a collection ourselves." So they collected money from people living in that area, and they got enough money to create it on their own, and that's the way out of the slave system. come together and start from scratch, basically, without those corrupt institutions and government or all that.
Well, that's what a lot of people don't want to do, because a lot of people feel like what's already built is already built on their own strength or with their own strength or their forefathers, and they feel like they should be able to have it their way. You know, they don't want to restart. They don't want to start over again.
Yeah, I want to be handed a bunch of shit too.
Right. Look, Christmas. Look, like where you say the word just song, you literally saying it's on.
Christ Mass.
Literally.
Just making that reference to where Rose spoke on singing, you know, or the vibration or whatnot. Right now we singing, you know. So it
talking
is
about singing. Who heard my new song or my new freestyle? You heard it, Naga?
I heard it.
I heard it.
Shout out to you, bro.
And that example basically shows that how much power we really have, you know, that we can basically when we come together, we can basically stop what they're trying to do without any effort, basically.
That's why I try to get people to come together and look past the differences we have for one common cause. And then once we accomplish what we need to accomplish, people can go their own ways, but people can't even come together to fight for the better.
Hey, that's deep, bro. The differences between people is so simple too.
Well,
you gotta go ahead.
I think I kind of agree on the Aboriginal on that, even though I don't agree with them as a whole. You know, the entire philosophy, right? But I do agree that, you know, each geographical people have to kind of come together on their own first before they are able to extend their arm to others,
exactly,
you know, to others as a whole.
Yeah, like look, the whole thing with manifesting it is like, say, the opposite of going out with artillery and all of that. Say artillery is art. You know, and like say this is the way, say everybody brings what they'll bring to the table, you know, say opposed to being not knowing yourself and empty-handed. You know, everybody will know themselves and they'll bring, say, something that's cordial to the table, you know.
That's facts.
Yeah, we have some kind of setup where it'll be, you know, us in control of what's going on.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you to, I think it's Panay Crosscut or Penny. I think it's Panay, right? Or Piney Crosscut. I don't know.
Shout outs.
Is it Piney Crosscut?
Yeah, Piney.
Yeah, because there is pine trees in the background. That would be common. And then Goebbels or Goebbels, I think that says, changed it up from 432 to 440. What is the correct frequency that the Earth is on? Because I know we're not on it. The way everyone's acting, in a way, Mother Earth is freaking out with their harp. You know, think about why they called it harp. Because literally, you pluck the strings on the harp, you get, it's literally different frequencies of vibrations, just like that harp is tapping into the ionosphere and shooting waves of energy, like a harp would pluck strings and create waves of energy. It's funny they call it harp.
Yeah, music. Look, music is literally saying make you sick, and say, like we say all the time, sickness is not always negative.
That's a good one, Mind's Eye. Music make you sick.
Yeah, you can be positively sick. Like sick is another way to say sink. You know, like a sycamore tree. Remember season of the sickness? That's like say us being in the wilderness and not being able to extract from the herds. Like, you know, people sitting up scared of the plant or the tree at night, you know, opposed to tilling the garden in the day and you being able to turn on a light in the night. Like this how we come up out of the say the cabin that bends. Or the as people know, it's the cabin in the woods, I mean. You know, where we go camping, because that's what it's like. Like, look at this. Have you ever
in the forest, you or go for rest to take a rest.
Wow. Wow. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
hey, the camp forest, like where you look up like roasting marshmallows. Y'all familiar with that term when darkness falls? This happens to the land, and that's the char on the food that you cook. That's the shadow behind you. Is all of this. It's the darkness in the woods that is surround your campfire. Fire, you know, forest is furnace. And look, this is say difference. Like Charles said, our differences. It's like a tinder bundle. We'll start the quickest fucking fire because somebody said your hair is this and that. Say a difference is just a different text, and that's an opinion. You know, where it all speak for itself. You don't gotta say the shit. Because the mouth is just a chatterbox. If it don't really know what it's speaking, it's misleading you. Or it's like, you know.
And also one of the all the best conversations that I had in the past were around a campfire. Because you can talk deeply with persons in those situations without distractions, you know.
There's a different frequency in the forest than in the city.
Absolutely.
Totally. Yep.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Forest too. The deep dark forest, there's a whole different frequency when you're far away from roads or cities or any type of cell towers.
It's a dark
It's
yeah. It's a peaceful
It's a
dark
vibe.
energy. It's where it takes you to your darkest, you know, deepest self. You know?
It'll make your ass grow. Yep.
Yeah.
You will grow if you live in them. You know, look what the world then came to, man. We done came. That's what everything comes from.
Well, it shows you what your metal is. Because I go hunting, but a lot of people, when I talk about my stories out in the forest, they show that they would not grow. If they got put in there, they would just be a babe in the woods forever, and most likely something would come eat them. But yeah, the forest definitely does. It kind of pushes back the light, and it allows you to reflect on your own shine.
Well, actually, it doesn't. No, well, when it comes to the light, it still has a light. The light is just so dense, you know. This is why I say that darkness is really condensed light. You know, when light is really light and it's light is form. You know, it's diluted. You know, but when it's dense and it's kind of like when you're drinking a juice concentrated. You know, it's kind of like you get like, you know, all
I understand
like
what you're
everything.
saying. So, I mean, when it comes to concepts of dark matter, yeah, I see it that way as well. But then when you expand the dark matter, when you expand it into atoms, that space, I think that's what we call light. And then the matter itself is just, you know, that substance to reflect off of in order for us to be able to have traction, visual traction. Otherwise, we'd be just seeing into nothing. But
Hey.
I do believe that, like you said, it's a condensed state of matter or an expanded state of matter, but that matter is what I call black, and the space is what I call white. They're concepts of light.
Exactly. Yes. Hey, look. It's just like say, this is where and this is why. Say, look, and bear sound like where. Be like where the bear at. Look, being aware, like this is where the bear can go into the forest and he hibernates. You know, like say he is the very den that he's in. If y'all see what I'm telling you, where the bear look barricaded, where the bear is barricaded in the little den, say the little den, it shapes no different than a caterpillar. Everything goes into the forest and it's like this is where it's in the dark hole or say a seed form. Look, darkness. Darkness is the dark nest. You know, and
Yeah,
darkness is a form of light.
It's where everything
yeah,
is birthed from, Mama Kali.
it's 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 everything that we're saying. It's just that it's condensed and is folded, right?
Yeah,
It's crushed, like we was talking about Krampus, right? It's crushed up. So once you literally end it, this is when you started to see how big it is. You started to see how vast it is, how much space it is. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Makes me
yep,
think of Eden, like the eternal den or the evil den. It's
Yeah,
like
it's
the in and out of
infinite
the good and the
space,
bad, something like that, you know?
yeah.
and that,
It's
that's
like
where it gets into Saturn's cube as well. Everything is just this black mass, and you can illuminate coordinates in that three-dimensional matrix. All you got to do is scoot some of these little black sand particles aside and inflate a bubble, and you can create a reality matrix inside the Saturn's cube. Taking it a
exactly
step further, if you're in an inflated bubble and you want to travel, let's say quote unquote light speed, all you have to do is part that dark matter in front of you, which would open up a bubble, sucking you into the next reality or space, if you want to call it. But yeah,
like a straw.
we know about space, and we know it's not it's non-Newtonian. So you can inflate and deflate places right next to you. So it would be like your neighbor's house is 1,000 light years away or right next door, depending on how much matter you put in between that or how much matter you remove.
Well,
Fence line.
I say all you gotta do is get to the control room. So you gotta go to the control room because I think everything you explain is happening in the control inside of the control room. You know, and this is where they don't want us to go. They have all type of activity to keep us away from the control room.
Oh,
Oh
That's
yeah,
the reason
100%.
why
agree
we
with that.
ain't.
100%. We're just in a passenger seat. But yes, there is a control room, there is a steering wheel, there is a method to increase acceleration, decrease deceleration, turn left, turn right.
Right?
It's called life tools, or we
Yeah, that
we call them life tools in English.
mm-hmm. Look, that's the little cabin that becomes the shed with the tools on the wall. Because we are all say that type of craftsman, you know, say this is where you make your own type of craft. Like Noah was told to make the boat, you know,
You hone your
say
craft.
yeah, purpose and all of that. Like where you cut the tree down, like we said, you plant one.
That's
You
facts.
know, it's just going on where say everybody don't have the mind to grab, you know, they tools and get to work.
Sometimes you cut in your own tree. Sometimes the tree that you cut is a tree that you had already planted. You know.
Yeah, you come, yeah, just like that. It's like the little dude Kevin on Home Alone, right? Because this is what's being told to us with that account. Like once the little dude got lost, and look, you can tie this to Krampus too, Charles. You know, because all of this it ties to Christmas, and that, like, say where he made that little wish that all of his family disappeared, it came true. But like, say where he was running around that little house, which was a wooden box, you know, they say this is where the house sits inside of the snow globe. You know, on the basic, that's a square inside of the circle. But the little dude, he went through hell because he had to literally, he had to shape and, you know, mold his environment to keep the devil from coming into his shit. Cause them burglars, they was knocking at the door and they represented Krampus and his little crew, you know. But he wasn't letting them in where they say you gotta let the devil in. You know, it's either that or they gonna be running all around your house and you gonna be keeping them out like they say zombies try to break in your shit. Look, the tools, look, hammer and nail. You know what I'm saying? This is where you get the hammer and nail, like say to ward off evil. Or say you would stick a motherfucker to the wall, just like they said people felt about Jesus. If they was trying to come after you, literally like come after your ass, you be just like Liam Neeson in Taken. You feel me? And that's everything in our world is tied to, you know how easily you leave a footprint in the snow.
My bad.
There, bro, go boy, where you been, man?
I was uploading a part of that my new freestyle to Instagram. I'm trying to get as many views as I can out of that.
Okay,
Now I'm
shout out to that.
about to work on some new music. You write rhymes, Mind's Eye, right?
Yeah, but I don't rap. I think I'm rapping now. That's my form of it.
Well, yeah, we're gonna have to put you on an interlude or something where you could spit some knowledge.
Yep. Hey, feel free if it's anything that's already on, say tape or whatnot. Yep, you can
I was
go ahead
thinking
and
maybe
use.
you could be the chorus, and me and Sir could drop a verse each, and you could make an interlude or something where you drop some knowledge real quick in between each verse or something. I don't know. I have some ideas.
Okay, respect. I'm all for it, bro. No doubt.
And
That'd be
in the
dope.
groove, got a studio. I was watching his videos yesterday actually, or no, this morning. He's got I told him in the comments. I said, man, that's a heavens. That I said that studio is a heaven to music creators. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
and I got
That's what's up,
Frenchie
man.
Kush.
Yeah,
Frenchie,
shout out to French. Yep,
yeah,
shout out to Brody.
I got to
That
send him
dude
a
cool
beat.
as a motherfucker. Dude, cool as, you hear me? Cool as the snow. Yep. Shout out to French. But yeah, hey, did you hear what we was saying? You know, right before you came back, say the youngster in the Home Alone, like he ended up
Oh
home
yeah,
alone. Like he never got out of that shit. Like things never really
man,
settled for him. He was
that
like
brings good
snowed in.
memories back. That movie.
Yeah, bro. The little dude, look, if you watch it, the little dude was like snow that never hit the ground. That's what he
Man,
was.
I
You
went
know
to
what
go
I'm
see
saying?
that movie in the movie theaters with my grandfather.
Yeah. Say that element of Krampus was on his ass from the day he made that wish where he was mad at his family. That's where like you know, everybody, we should watch what we say because it don't matter your age.
Shit, I might have to talk to the devil, man. And say, hey, bitch boy, come here. I'm gonna say,
Get a motherfucking ass.
send me back to the 90s so I can spend time with my family again. How much? I'll probably give up my life for that.
Nowadays, I don't
That's
know.
what. Hey,
Nowadays, I don't know if people want to talk to the devil more or if they want to talk to God or Jesus. I don't know which one
I'm all of them.
amongst them three they want to talk to more if they had the option to.
If
yeah,
I
you
want to
gonna meet
talk to the
all.
source, I'll just talk to my inner self. That's all. You don't got to go far.
Look, you gonna meet them all too.
Yeah.
Like that's what they were showing us, man. The little boy, he met all elements of the Bible. Damn me, I just gotta say it like that in that film, and it say it expanded past 3 films. It showed like say other kids in the same shit. Y'all know, like I think they made at least 5 of them, but it's a continuous. Say it got playability because Christmas is, it's every year, and this shit happens every year. You know, imagine that you don't know, but you do get what you wish for, even if
I'm
you
gonna.
just thought it.
I'm just saying it now. At 4 hours, I'm gonna end the live. So we got like 40 minutes left. I'm just saying it now.
No doubt. I'm about to jump up off of here right now. I gotta get busy doing some things. But yeah, man.
Thanks for coming up, Mind's Eye.
I had the same plan
Appreciate
as
it. Glad I could.
but I really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you, everybody.
Same here, man.
Charles, Mines.
Yeah, thank you, Marcel.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is fire,
appreciate.
man.
This was a good build.
Yep. Like you
Yeah,
think about it,
I agree with
everything
my
is everything.
I agree with my side. I think we are meeting all three. In fact, I think we are all three and more. We have all these personality that exists within us and also outside of us. But we just gotta be aware and also know how to get to the control room, so we'll be able to control all these different personalities.
No doubt, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
definitely.
job in itself.
Woo, ain't it? Everybody then came back from a madness in it, and all of them levels where you was kind of like telling yourself like it ain't that bad, like say maybe I should apologize. Where you get to coming back up from it. Was I wrong? You eventually get back into the light, or you just stay mad. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a process.
That's why I like jumping on some of these builds early in the morning because it shapes my mindset in a positive way. If I just wake up
No
and it's
doubt.
just
Respect.
me in my own head, I start building a whole bunch of piles of bullshit in my head. But when it's with positive people and good conversations, I like to start my day that way.
Yep,
Yeah.
same here, man. Same here.
Yeah.
Okay, man. Till next time, I'm gonna be in the chat.
All right,
Okay.
Much
Mind's
love,
Eye. Have a
y'all.
good day, bro. Peace.
Peace, Mind's Eye.
Okay, one love, man. Till next time.
One love.
One love.
Next time.
All love, baby.
Me, I like to observe what the day is about, and trying to get it in, kind of get in tune with it. Whether it's positive or negative, I'm gonna try to get in tune with it.
Yeah.
So
And sometimes I have to remove myself completely from the internet for a while, which I did a while back.
but
That's
yeah, for
funny.
Yeah,
I
I
sure.
was
did
just
that
about to say
too.
I gotta tune back in with the outside and with nature, let alone unplug from
Yeah,
electricity.
exactly.
I've been trying to
Too.
get outside more, not just for work.
You ever noticed how portals are always shaped like the Vesica Pisces? The mouth, the eyeball, and the vagina are all portals, and they're all shaped the same way.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much good talking points. Huh? But I really enjoyed it, and I hope to see you guys next time. Thank you, Charles.
Salute until next time.
Thank you, Marcel.
Or Marcel.
Good to have spoken to you all. Bye.
Have a good evening and one love. Man, people checking out like a cheap hotel. Lapis Blue. I was just watching your video this morning, Lapis Blue, on the moon. It was raining all day here yesterday. So, and even at night, the moon didn't come out until, I don't know what time it came out, but I know when I woke up, it was out 4 o'clock in the morning.
Tonight's a good night to charge them crystals.
Yeah, hopefully, if they don't spray. Bastards, they're always spraying.
Back to the weapons of the gods. You ever heard anything about the 1, the 2, and the 3? Zeus's spear, Hades' fork, and Poseidon's trident. It's something like the rulers of above and below share the spear and then the fork, like the devil. But then the king of the sea, his weapon is the first 2 weapons combined, kind of like a Cain, Abel, and Seth type of a deal. Have you heard anything about that?
No, but it sounds like a trinity. The spear, the bident, and the trident. I didn't even know there was a bident, which is a 2-pronged.
It's a pitchfork.
And then there's the trident, yeah. And I think those are definitely like some sort of electromagnetic weapon that shoots like fucking lightning or energy out of it.
Well, so the spear, the spear doesn't even have to be magical. You could put that thing in somebody's chest from 10 feet away, and lower mentality entities are going to think that shit's magic. They're going to think you're the Grim Reaper. But with a 6-foot spear, you can turn somebody's light switch off from 10 feet away in the blink of an eye.
He reversed Genesis.
Yeah,
Lights
I
out.
don't necessarily think of them in that manner, but I think they are some type of authority, objects, if I may say that.
Yeah, they're all a stick.
I think people that use these type of things, they got some type of unseen authority that they have, unseen power that they possess.
Yeah, there's definitely a metaphysical power when it comes to having a big ass stick in your hand. Now, also imagine if this stick can shoot out a lead projectile and with the sound of thunder shut somebody's lights off that's 100 yards away. There's definitely going to be a metaphysical power, especially over people who don't understand the chemistry of black powder and how fast a bullet can travel. If it's above their mental state, they're just going to think of it like demigod magic.
Yeah, but what would be the use of it in that sense? What would be the purpose of the use of it in that sense?
To kill.
So it's similar to a wedge. The basic machine of a wedge. If you can insert yourself somewhere, especially if it has more resources or if it's more preferable, the stick gets you into a position. And then again, if people don't understand it, they're going to think it's magic. if they are also a person of the stick, then they're going to engage you with that magic, and then may the best magic occupy the square.
You're talking about like in ancient time.
No, I'm talking about any time a Homo sapien with a stick has magic, and then a Homo sapien with another stick can challenge his magic, and then whoever the gods favor will be the one standing with their stick.
Yeah, but I don't think these things cannot be used any place. For example, the trident
Any place.
the trident associated with water. So if somebody would try to kind of play a magic trick on somebody, it would have to be associated with water.
No, not at all, because you could walk down the street. So Trident 2. Trident is going to put 3 holes in somebody's chest from 10 feet away.
Okay.
Anywhere. Even in the desert, no water. It could put that magic through somebody's chest cavity and then lights out.
Well, that's
Mommy
physically.
Chute.
That's physically, and how is that magic?
So the mental aspect, the metaphysical realm, there is a thought process when you observe somebody with a spear or a trident. That's magic.
What?
If you utilize and leverage that fact, if you threaten somebody with a spear, they might give you gold coins. That could also be construed as magic.
Mommy Chula said, meeting your maker or creator, me adding my maker or creator, the creation of devil, Jesus, God, is that person's persona or personality, but your meeting is your mind. When I think that's supposed to say when why you claim the dead or you are dead. I don't know what that's supposed to say. Oh, you, when you claim the dead, you are dead.
Exactly.
Leave Hollywood alone.
Yeah, the real me, the real version of me is dead or sleeping. That's why I go there sometimes in order to control or in order to define my reality. But the real version of me is that I am the walking dead.
Well, when I say the Walking Dead, I mean these people that can't even see the truth. They're so indoctrinated. They're like they went under a full length hypnosis of MK Ultra. There's no unplugging them. They're done. They're fried. They're cooked. They're finished. Rook it.
Yeah, I agree. Because being asleep is a dual language. So I definitely agree with you.
But I know what you mean. I think for some reason I feel like we were chosen to come here before everything was set into place before we went to the womb. How? I don't know. I don't know everything, but I want to find out.
I think the womb is the room or the control room, which is the dream, the REM. That's why I say I think that's where I am. I'm the real version of me is there sleeping, or is dead. Is there or is dead, sleeping. Right, the real version of me inside of the room, the control room or the womb. So I agree with you. Like everything was kind of planned before I got here. You know, so that's
Sometimes
why
I feel like I was here, and then I ended up coming back.
that's fact. Me personally, I think the only place to come back is here. So I think when we go, when we go, that's different. That's going, but
Like,
to come back, the only place to come back is to come back here. So we can't go and come back somewhere else. We gotta come
I,
back here. When we go, we
who,
go. We leave, we leave. But when
who,
we decide to come back, it's gonna be here again.
here's a creation story about how we keep reincarnating to different different versions of ourselves. Like we could come back as a white man, then a black man, then an Asian. Like our higher self. If this is a simulation, right? I was thinking our higher self. You know, like the Matrix, when they showed everyone in those gel things. Like we could be in something to that extent, but when we die, we could just be coming back and reborn as another version of the creator. And we've just been here doing so many different. You could keep coming back as something different, you know. If that's the case, that's my theory. If our higher self is asleep and we're connected to this so-called simulation, you know, I could have been a black person in my old life. I could have been an Asian man doing kung fu on a mountaintop. You know, I forgot what creation story. That in order for this place to end, everyone would have to live every single version of the creator, which is like infinite. So it'll never end.
Infinite. Every dream is a build. Every new build is a new dream.
We go somewhere when we dream, and a lot of scientists say that that's just our mind. Like a computer, it's in sleep mode. And it's just because there have been times I could kind of agree with that, where I would watch a movie and then I would dream. I have a dream about that movie. So I don't know. Do you know, Meng?
Say that again.
What?
Juno.
No,
I said, if our higher self, you didn't hear what I said when I was talking about that? You want me to repeat
go
it?
ahead. Yeah, repeat it.
You know, like the Matrix movie where he was in like some sort of like higher, like he was in. We were going into a simulation, so keep hearing myself. We're going into he was going into a simulation. So if this is a simulation, we can be reincarnated as different versions of the creator over and over and over. It'd be infinite. Who knows how many times we keep coming back here? If that's the case, that's my theory. So I think our higher self, you know, we could all be having this experience, but somewhere along the way we got tricked and trapped into, you know, taking the bait to come to this place, and they say you can live forever, right? That was the trick. Now we're kind of like stuck here. Excuse me, living for infinite, reincarnating, and kind of like slaves to these people that know what's up. So I don't know. That's my theory. I'm not saying that's factual, so I don't know. I was just thinking about it one day. Like a video game, you know, you die and come back. You come back as another character. Because if we're all versions of the creator, that kind of wouldn't make sense if we were versions of the creator.
The thing is, though, we are the version of the creator, not that the creator is a version of us. So, peep game, because we are a different version of the creator. So, infinity or diversity already exists, you know? So, the creator is already diverse or infinite through us, right? So, the only way for that to uh be forever is to regenerate every version, because every version already equate to infinity or diversity. So in order to maintain diversity or infinity, each version uh gotta have a recycling point or a regenerative point.
It's kind of like when you put the Legos back into the box.
I wonder what would happen if we went to the North Pole, you know, climbed Mount Meru. I think personally there is a way, you know, well, not just that. Maybe we're focused too much on the North Pole. How about underground, the cities, and going to other lands? Like, yeah, I can't pull this picture up. Let me see if I could just show this picture real quick. Hold on. Which one is the right one? Oh, I guess Naga dipped out of here. I'm gonna show this picture. I want to know what people think. I took this from a Divergent, and you know, it's just crazy how this is starting to come out now. Like this whole first it was flat Earth, and now it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's we do live in a I can't even think today, man. My stomach's empty. I can't even think of the word I'm looking for.
Flat plane in a toroidal field?
No. We live in a mined out crater. That's what I'm looking for. And there's probably many other craters. Now this is what Divergent was showing. These are all the moon landings. And he was saying our crater is shit, where did it go? Oh, I see it. It's in between Apollo 17 and Apollo 15. That circle there would be our crater. And he was saying that Russia, because Russia's in the red, I think. That's the Soviet. Japanese is in the pink. And the US is in the green and the blue. And this is our realm, the infinite plane, as far as we can see here. That's the moon. And they were sending these things outside of our realm. And you could see where they didn't send anything. You see where all the red is? And you know it's crazy? Like, neither place, like wherever Russia went, America didn't send any that way. Wherever fucking the US went, you know, Russia didn't go that way. You know, they all like knew where they were going. And that other, you see our circle in between Apollo 15 and Apollo 17, there's that crater. But where Russia went, like Lunar 7, Lunar 5, all around that area, there's that circle would be the next realm over. Now, these would be a lot of different realms, all these like craters. Who knows? Now this whole crater Earth agenda starting. This whole new like level of you know, like the flat Earth thing did. Now everyone's talking about crater Earth, and everyone's using the map. Is it being a realm now? And it's like, man, everyone's jumping onto that now. So it's like, what'll be next, man? We live on a fucking taxi cab roof. Like, that was stupid. But anyway, you know, I kind of agree with that a little bit. That could be a possibility. That the moon is definitely like, it kind of reminds me of like a rear view mirror of the realm, or a mirror. Guarantee you could fly right through the moon.
The structure is shaped similar to a tree, right? That's what all the cultures in all written history agree on. It's like a string theory tree.
I do too. I think it is like that. That's why they're called countries.
Like we're a snapshot in the string or the root system or the branches or something like that. Everybody somewhat agrees of the limits of our spectrum. Now, what people are arguing over is the dimensions inside that tree. Everybody points that we walk on a flat surface and that there's a curved dome. But then the opposition says, well, the ground isn't curved and the sky isn't flat. That's the dumbest thing to me, because the dome is the curve and the ground is the flat. Everybody agrees that, but they want to change their argument to an argumentative standpoint and say, oh, the ground isn't curved. No shit.
I mean,
everybody says, oh, the sky isn't flat. Well, no shit. It's confusing to me because, yeah, metaphysics point most accurately that we live on a flat plane and that there are bubbles.
Yeah, even NASA says that shit.
So yeah, I don't understand the dichotomy of a two-dimensional circle and a three-dimensional sphere. I don't understand how people, and again, this same thing with light skin and dark skin based on solar radiation. I don't understand stupidity. If people don't
they
understand,
say the sun's killing white people.
Yeah, all you need to know is your DNA is a bunch of light switches. If you want to program a certain type of genetic being, you just turn on some light switches and turn off some light switches, and it'll make somebody fit for the ocean, fit for higher oxygen concentrations, taller people, shorter people, people with built-in sunscreen, people that need less sunscreen to produce more vitamin D in colder environments. Like, I mean, were people just not raised in a two-parent household with enough resources? Is that what I'm? Oh, okay. Well, then that's super understandable. But if it's just based on people arguing that a basketball doesn't have a flat and that a pizza can't be inflated into a basketball, that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. But that's what it always gets boiled back down to is, oh, don't worry about the unlock codes of the Matrix. Just get into an argument. Don't work it out amongst yourselves so you can develop the unlock codes to the matrix, because then you'll charge taxes because you create something. You will buy your freedom if you elevate. You'll be less of a, this dirt clay creature, and you'll be more of an enlightened creator.
That's why they want to hurry up, man, and put this digital money in play, because they know people, that's the ultimate control right there, man. The ultimate control. Oh, you don't want to listen? You want to keep speaking up? Boop. No money for you.
That goes back to it's a they say demonic or satanic. It's a for the love of money concept, because you don't put in physical labor over time, which gives you a tangible reward. All the way up, the highest in the pyramid is silver. You might think it's gold, but gold doesn't oxidize. Silver will oxidize away, which makes it more rare than gold. Whatever. But to be rewarded with gold in your hand, you did a good job. If somebody just puts a number in your hand, that doesn't mean shit. 100, 1,000, 1, it's all the same but 1,000 coins.
It's an IOU.
It's an IOU. It's fake. But if you put a gold coin in somebody's hand, they know that they got paid, and they want to disconnect from it. They want to cut your roots. They want to cut your roots, so then they can replant you in their own little garden, in their own little perverted Garden of Eden.
It's crazy.
But you got to take a cutting, right? And that's what they do. They go over, they kill your whole tribe, they take their little cutting, they bring you over, and then they transplant you. They might even graft you onto some root stock.
Huh. Two minutes. Those still sleeping are creating, but based off the program. Yeah, they're a pro at the gram. The program.
Starts from nothing. You can add one, and then you could double from there. Starts with nothing, and you're the one. You could double from there.
I would love to fall upon one of these. Like, somebody was bringing up the islands. Now, I've taken old maps and overlaid them to these new maps. Even the 1,000 islands on the coast of Mexico there, where it looks like California, the island. It's called the 1,000 Islands, and they're pretty much taken off the map. And I think that's where a lot of these chomo rings are. They take them off the map, so they're harder to find. But yeah, I appreciate it. You be what it is. Mind's Eye, Marcel, and of course Naga. What else came up? That was it.
Salute to you, Charles. Have a great day, man.
You too. And
Peace.
Peace. One love to everyone in the chat. And if people that donate want to be shouted out, let me know. When you donate, and if you just want to be kept quiet, I just won't say anything. So I don't want to say something and someone don't, because I've had people in the past, not want me to shout them out. And I understand. But peace to everyone, and thank you, Sunshine Time, and you know who. And I appreciate everyone here, man. And this is a dope fire build. And for those who came in late, I advise you to watch it. It starts off with Krampus and all that you'll see, and then we go into many other topics. But I still want to touch on the topic and synchronize these deities to Satan, because I'm pretty sure there's tons of them. But everyone have a good day, night, evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are, even tomorrow. And I'll check y'all next time. Peace out. And everyone go listen to my new freestyle. I'll be dropping some more music soon. Way better quality too. No, thank you, Jack Streaming, and everyone. Peace out.